Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name?
My name is Bruce A. Goldberger, Goldberger.
What do you do for a living?
I'm professor and director of toxicology at the University of Florida in the College of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I'm also chief of the Forensic Medicine Division in the Department of Pathology.
How long have you been doing that?
I started at the university in October 1994. I've been practicing forensic toxicology since 1982, so 40 years.
What is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is the application of toxicology for the purpose of the law. Toxicology is the study of poisons, and the focus of my work, mostly as a forensic toxicologist, is the action of drugs on the body.
What types of duties do you have for your employment?
So about half of the time, I'm supervising and having oversight of the forensic toxicology laboratory at the University of Florida, where we serve 4 medical examiner districts throughout the state, working about 2,500 death investigations a year, as well as working about 50 cases a year for Florida Highway Patrol. The other 50% of my time is devoted in part to research in toxicology, as well as some of my forensic epidemiology assignments with Florida Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control.
What type of education and training have you undergone to do all of these things?
I have a BA degree in zoology from Drew University, which is a small school in New Jersey. And then I have a master's degree and a doctoral degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
During your career, have you had the opportunity to work with diphenhydramine, toxicity, overdose, fatalities?
Yes. All of the drug tests that I personally performed, as well as those that I have oversight of now, involve testing for diphenhydramine, or commonly known as Benadryl. So at the university, we've worked over 60,000 cases. Or state medical examiners, and nearly every single one of those cases would include screening for diphenhydramine.
Did you have an opportunity to review toxicology reports from some testing done on Zoe Todt, Tyler Todt, Alexander Todt, and Megan Todt in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to start with Zoe. The tissues that were tested for Zoe were liver and brain tissues. And are you aware of the quantitation of the diphenhydramine in both the tissues?
Yes.
What does that information tell you?
That Zoe had ingested diphenhydramine sometime before her death.
Okay. Now, you testified that you've had experience with cases involving diphenhydramine toxicity and diphenhydramine overdose, as well as fatalities. Were you able to form an opinion as to whether the amount of diphenhydramine in Zoe's system would have been fatal to her?
It's simply not possible because of the condition of the body and the tissues. While diphenhydramine was identified and quantified in the liver and the brain tissue, those concentrations need to be interpreted with great caution because of the potential postmortem change that occurred from the time of death until the time of the autopsy.
What type of change would you expect to see?
Well, there's decomposition to the tissue, obviously to the body, and changes can result in increases in drug concentration and also decreases in drug concentration. In tissue this decomposed, it's unlikely that these concentrations reported by the laboratory are exactly the same at the time of death.
Okay. Would you expect these concentrations to be higher or lower at the time of death?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Based upon that information, did you form an opinion as to what type of effect the diphenhydramine would have had on Zoe at around the time of her death?
I would have expected there to be an effect on Zoe's central nervous system, and those effects would include fatigue and lethargy, perhaps even coma. But I can't, as I said before, definitively state that this was the toxicological cause of death based on those concentrations.
What about Alexander Todt? What information were you able to form an opinion as to the effect of the diphenhydramine in Alex's body?
In Alex's body, there was diphenhydramine quantified in fluid from the right chest, as well as diphenhydramine in the liver tissue and diphenhydramine in the brain tissue.
What does that information tell you?
Again, that he ingested diphenhydramine before his death.
Based upon the levels of diphenhydramine, were you able to form an opinion as to whether those levels would have been fatal?
Again, my opinion is the same as Zoe, that it's not possible in a definitive way to say that this was the sole toxicological cause of death.
Based upon the levels, do you believe that you would have, that Alec would have had some type of effects from the diphenhydramine?
Yes, I would. Same kinds of effects I described before, which might include fatigue and lethargy, sleepiness.
Alec also had acetaminophen that was notated on the toxicology results.
Yes.
What would you expect to see if the acetaminophen would have been taken at a high enough dose to cause death?
Acetaminophen doesn't cause acute toxicity, meaning toxicity at that moment of ingestion. Now, while someone might have some ill effect from a large dose of acetaminophen, like stomach upset, nausea, and vomiting, the effects of acetaminophen are delayed by about 3 days. And the acetaminophen causes necrosis of the liver.
So if somebody ingested enough acetaminophen to cause death, you would expect during an autopsy to find necrosis of the liver?
If the death was due to acetaminophen toxicity, the medical examiner would find necrosis of the liver.
Moving to Tyler. Did you form any opinion based upon the toxicology results that you received for Tyler?
With Tyler, diphenhydramine was quantified in left chest fluid, as well as in liver tissue and brain tissue.
Did you form any opinion as to what effects, if any, the diphenhydramine would have had on Tyler?
Same opinion as Zoe and Alec.
And how about Megan?
Diphenhydramine was identified in liver tissue obtained from Megan, as well as brain tissue from Megan.
Did you form any opinion as to the possible effects of the diphenhydramine on Megan?
Again, I would expect there to be lethargy, sedation, sleepiness, same as the other three.
Based upon the levels in the results, are you able to make any determination as to whether the consumption of diphenhydramine would have been fatal for Megan?
In consideration of the decomposition that followed subsequent to her death, it's not possible to assess definitively whether diphenhydramine was the cause of death, toxicological cause of.
Were the levels that you observed on the toxicology results, I know that you can't give any definitive opinion due to the decomp of the bodies, but reviewing that along with your experience, did you believe that these levels were high?
I would say they're remarkable. It's hard to say what low and high is, particularly in a body decomposing, but they're remarkable. That is, they're significant. The findings are important. They're not artifactual.
Is it your opinion that the diphenhydramine in the case of each of these individuals was a contributing cause to the death?
It's more of a medical examiner type question, but I agree with the medical examiner that these deaths were associated with diphenhydramine toxicity. Again, associated with my opinion just previous that these are significant or remarkable findings, both in fact that the drug is present as well as the concentrations present in the fluids and the tissues.
I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Goldberg.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I kind of want to pick up where you stopped at in terms of remarkable. What does that mean in everyday terminology?
Every day. Well, it's kind of a medical term where remarkable means it's not incidental, that it has some significance or importance. So in this case, I'm picking up with the medical examiner's opinion that this is a finding of toxicity or diphenhydramine toxicity specifically, not necessarily the cause of death in a toxicological way, but a finding that cannot be ignored.
And in terms of toxicity as a whole or in general, there's a difference between non-toxic and toxic, correct?
Yes, non-toxic obviously would be no effect on the body. No toxic effect on the body. Right? So harmful effect.
And so in terms of toxicity, when you're looking in terms of the work that you do, are you looking specifically for levels that are remarkable, or are you looking for general levels as well?
Yeah, that's really a great point. So, like I said, we've screened tens of thousands of cases for diphenhydramine in decedents. And a small number of those individuals did die due to the ingestion of a large dose of diphenhydramine. So it's not that uncommon. We see it from time to time. But we also find diphenhydramine in many people, but not in a remarkable concentration, mostly as an artifact because it's a popular medication. It's available over the counter for the treatment of allergy or maybe also for insomnia.
So in terms of the toxicologist or the reports that you reviewed in this case, the conclusion in terms of Zoe that you were indicating that it was not possible to identify it in terms of being a cause of death, is that something that you also attributed to the other members of the family?
Yes, and it's the medical examiner that determines the cause of death. My point of view comes in as a toxicological cause of death. So I'd say keep that in mind. So in terms of the toxicological findings, I have no possible way to say that this drug in these 4 individuals was the cause of death toxicologically.
Can you say that it was not?
No.
And I believe you said that acetaminophen, that was only present in Alec.
It was also present in Tyler at a lower concentration in the left chest fluid. Right. And you have to interpret those within caution or with caution because it's from chest fluid.
And does chest fluid typically potentially give higher readings than liver or brain tissue?
No, well, they're measured differently. One's by milliliter and the other's by kilogram or gram. No, just, can you ask the question again?
You were saying essentially that it had to be interpreted the way in which you interpret it, and I was asking if it was because of basically the way you get the concentration.
Just because of the decomposition, everything that we would consider would have to be done with caution.
Gotcha. Can I have a moment, Judge?
Of course.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect, Ms. Spinell.
Briefly. The levels of diphenhydramine that you observed in the results for Zoe, do you believe that that level would have affected Zoe's ability to defend herself?
It's very likely, yes.
Same question for Alec
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
and Tyler.
Yes.
What about Megan?
Yes.
No further question.
Thank you. Dr. Goldberger, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
See excused from subpoena.
Not at this time.
Dr. Goldberger, you're subject to recall. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
May I see the attorneys briefly at the bench? Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Thank you. Seated. As discussed at the bench, the court's going to take a break. The court has, based on its order, required the state to restore a portion of the redacted transcript as well as the redacted recording. I understand that process is underway and may take about another 20 to 30 minutes. I will simply recess, and the state, if you will indicate to Madam Clerk when the copies have arrived and when the copy of the recording has arrived. Defense, I'd like you to review that portion of the recording and the transcripts to verify that that portion has been restored. Anything else we need to talk about before we take a break? Defense? State? be in recess. Just so indicate to the clerk, and I'll return as soon as I get your word. Thanks.
Okay. What was your middle name? John. John? John. John. And spell the last name again? Todt. Okay. Our case number is 20I004299. Hold on, let me turn this stupid thing off real quick. Maybe. I can figure this damn thing out, right? There we go. Okay. Just to let you know, I'm recording this. Just like the conversations we had the other day at the hospital. What I want to do is, this is what I read you the other day. I want to have you just, I'm going to read it to you again before I speak to you, obviously. Miranda writes, I'm required to inform you that you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Can you speak up a little bit? Yes. Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand? Yes. If you're not entitled to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning, or sorry, you are entitled to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. You understand? Yes. Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one-on-one will be provided before and during questioning without charge. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. I know verbally you said yes. If I could be so kind, or if you could be so kind, could I get your, you can read these? Okay. I'll throw your signature right there if you can. You can read them verbatim, whatever you want. I know you said yes. Each one will. You got it? No, you can't get that. Sure. Yeah. There we go. Sorry. And I will know just here once, but sort of things. So I'm sure I'm correct. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I know we're speaking about our investigation, case number 20I004299. What I'll have you do, obviously, you're in a set of handcuffs right now in the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. If I could ask you, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that everything that we're speaking about today is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Yes. Okay. All right. It's a very tragic event, very unfortunate event. Earlier this week, we were called to your home. Obviously, I'm just doing this. All three of us have already spoken. I don't know what they treated you for. I don't know if it was something to do with some liver, kidneys, or something like that, enzymes or something. Benadryl overdose. Benadryl, okay. How do you feel right now? Regarding health-wise? Yeah, I mean, I feel very sad and very upset that I'm still here. And yeah. Is there somewhere else you'd rather be? With my family, on the other side. On the other side? Mm-hmm. Okay. And you do know your wife and children are deceased? Yes, and that's where I want to be. That's where you want to be? Okay. All right. Well, some progress has been made since we last spoke. Okay, I had the unfortunate event of attending their autopsies yesterday. Okay, and we'll get to the kind of the details on that. There are some questions that I have based upon what I've witnessed yesterday and then what we've last spoken about. So, just to clear my mind and go through everything, I'd like you to just start from the beginning, if we can. How we led up to where we're at right now. Okay. For a while, my wife decided she began watching these videos, talking about the afterlife, talking about salvation, talking about how families sort of slow down a little bit right now. I'm just having a hard time keeping up with you. So that's okay. Let's speak up. And in watching these videos and watching everything going on, she presented them to me. And I started watching them with kind of a, whatever. And the more and more we watched, the more and more I gained an understanding that there is more than this life here. A higher level of consciousness. And then we started researching, and then we started finding more about the world just coming to the end, the apocalyptic end, and that families are going to be separated and enslaved, and to avoid this, to all go together. Okay.
You mean die together?
Die together, that's correct. Okay. So, because my wife's been chronically ill for a while, this really appealed to her, and because it appealed to me also, because she wouldn't be in any pain, family wouldn't be separated, there would be no more sorrow, no more heartbreaking, no more anything, it'd be a salvation and everlasting life. Okay? So we kept doing our research, reading up things, meditating, and decided that, yeah, this should be a thing. This should be what we should do. Okay? We had sat down and talked with the boys and Joey just on different things about, death and the way what would happen if mommy died, how would you feel? What happened if daddy died? What would you feel? And because this responses was that we don't want you to die, we want to die with you. Okay?
So when did you guys start talking to the children about this? Or January now?
No, it was before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And your wife first showed you these videos when?
When she started watching them, or she first started showing them to me in April.
Okay. And what was she using to watch these?
Her Microsoft Surface laptop.
And that's the one in the blue case?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a flip, yes.
All right. Okay. Go on. So you talked to the children?
Talk to the children, just get a general understanding of what they want to do on that. And they didn't want to live without us. Okay? We didn't point blank say we're going to die and, leave you behind, but, what would you do if mommy and daddy died? And we don't want to live without you. We don't want to live without you. In conversation with my wife, we didn't want to live without them either. We wanted to bring a whole family together and we could transverse together. Okay? So we were coming up with different things of how we could do this. We didn't know how we could do this because we're not violent people. Okay? Not violent people at all. First we said, what if we, we started reading different things. If something came on TV about cough medicine, okay? So could they have some cough medicine, try to put them to sleep, like overdose of cough medicine, just put them to sleep, and advice peaceful death, okay? So my wife made a pudding pie, jello pie, froze it, nothing happened.
What was in the pie?
What was in the pie? Sleep, ease, these different things with drama, the stuff that puts you to sleep.
You said you have a medical background, is that correct?
I have a medical but not a chemical background.
Not a chemical, okay.
Yeah, I'm a physical therapist.
Okay. So you don't have all the terminology and
No.
Does your wife?
She's a physical therapist, no.
Okay.
We look it up and.
Where did you guys look? I was just fixing to ask, where did you guys do the research at?
We went up and down honestly up and down the aisles of the Publix and asked the drug guy, pharmacist, thank you. What's something good that puts you to sleep, trouble falling asleep?
When did you guys start doing this research?
That started research. I started research before Halloween, but I just intermittently tried to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
When we found out that the best drug to use was the stuff in Benadryl. It's the safest way to put away. The safest way to put it. So it didn't work. So we kept thinking, talking, and just researching different things. And finally, we started researching. We said, we're just going to have to do some sort of exsanguination. Okay? Bleed to death. Okay? That's how they used to do it way in the back, but they used to do sacrificial things.
take a plea to death?
Bleed to death.
Oh, bleed to death, sorry, okay.
That's okay. Okay. And so we started researching where would be the easiest to stab to do when that's so the kids can bleed to death, maybe in combination with the sleep drug.
Okay.
Okay. And that's how everything led up to be.
Okay. So that's through research, you guys have found, now you're saying you and your wife did this together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in doing all the research and everything, how did we get to Monday morning? Take me back to the holidays, when do you think the children died, that type of stuff?
I'm still trying to remember when the children died. I can't put those pieces together,
Yeah,
and I'm sorry.
no, you're fine.
We wanted the kids to stick around for the Christmas holiday concert because we didn't want to disappoint that.
Did you guys celebrate Christmas Day?
No, the kids were there before Christmas.
Because family is saying that that they spoke with Megan the day after Christmas. Was Megan alive the day after Christmas?
No, she died right the day after the boys did.
Right. I remember you saying that the other day. That's why I've made contact now with your family
Mm-hmm.
and with Megan's family. And so Megan's family is 99% sure that looking back through cell phone records and stuff that they spoke with her, not text message. They spoke with her the day after Christmas. And she said the children were sick.
No.
Okay, so you're adamant that they died before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay. The children, you said, died 24 hours or so a day prior to Megan?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to the day of their death. How did this go down?
Woke up at 11:30 at night. We set the alarm for 11:30 at night, and got up out of bed. And it was to Zoe first.
Okay.
Meg walked into the room, and she walked back into her room.
Step by step. So you guys are sleeping in the master room, I'm assuming,
Yes, both things. And the dog.
and the puppy. Okay. Which boy was upstairs?
Zoe was upstairs in her room.
Okay.
Alex was upstairs in his room. Tyler was asleep downstairs in the library room.
And why again was he down there?
The two of them were sick, so we kept them apart.
Okay. All right. So, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So we walked to the door, Zoe's door, Meg and I hugged and kissed, and pretty much we know what you need to do. Come back at me when we're done. So I went into Zoe's room. And it took me 2 or 3 hours sitting there because it's a tough, but the everlasting salvation and the thought of that everlasting salvation was there, and I needed to save her soul in order to be with us. Megan kept coming in. What's going on? I'm like, it'll be done in a little bit. It'll be done in a little bit. It's getting past that. I'm not. You know. The initial thought was to stab into the umbilicus above the navel, so I could get the inferior vena cava or the abdominal aorta and be bleed out within no time whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I know I tried. I don't know if I ever punctured it. I don't know if I did or not. I saw a little mark on her, but I don't know if I saw anything. But then she rolled and started swiggling, and I put my hand over her mouth, and I put a pillow over top of her. So she went, and then she started to fade away. And I just held that until there was no motion left.
So you didn't lay on her?
I did lay on her when she lay on her belly. I'm sorry, I laid on her to keep her down, and I put the pillow on top.
Okay.
Do you think you stabbed her or no?
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
Okay. So how long would you say it took you to take her life?
The whole motion?
Yeah.
Like from the minute I was sitting in there or from?
I would say once you initially take action, okay, did you have a knife with you?
Yes,
Which knife did you have with you?
the small knife,
Which is what color?
green.
Okay, that's the green buck knife that you talked
Green
about?
buck knife, yes.
Okay, all right. So you had that in her bed.
Mhm.
So how long from the time that you had the knife out to the suffocation until you think that she was deceased?
I want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right around there. It seemed like that light night took forever, so it's hard to really gauge on the time.
Okay, and you said you used a pillow over her head?
Yes.
Was she face up or face down?
She kept moving. I think she was on her back with her head towards the wall, so in that way.
So for 10 minutes to 15 minutes, you held a pillow over your daughter's head?
Mhm.
How long did she kick and scream?
Only for a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes?
Mhm.
So like 2 minutes?
I had no timer, but yes.
I'm just saying, guys, let's look at that.
And I just held it there.
Like a long time.
Yes.
And what is Cora? If I go research this, what is it gonna show me?
Cora.com, you can ask anything they want, and there's people feedback. We happen to find it just by looking up knife techniques. And you ask it anything, and they'll show you, and they'll tell you and explain to you the best way to do things and where to do things, suggestions how to commit suicide.
I was gonna ask, is it like a suicide website or is it
It's an everything website?
so I can go in there and say, how do I change the oil on my,
That I don't know. That
is
is
it like medically based or?
It's not medically based. It's a lot of topics that people talk about, but don't, I guess, talk about on the internet. I just used it for suicidal techniques and also to get ideas how to do it with the knife.
Where were you doing your research on Cora.com?
Started that before Halloween.
Before?
Yeah.
Where did you learn it? I know you may have said this. Where did you learn of Cora.com?
I happen to be just researching knife techniques. And it comes up, and a couple of questions came up as, how do I kill myself with a knife? So I clicked on that, and there was Quora.com. So I clicked on Quora.com. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Yes, I know the internet is very crazy. I've never seen some stuff on it. But when you typed in, when you were talking about knife techniques, like was it how to cut up some steak, or is it how to?
Offensive techniques, defensive knife technique.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you've done your research on that going back pre-Halloween.
Yeah.
Did you have to create any type of accounts or anything like that?
You go in, you ask questions. The suicide ones where I was asked about suicide, once you clicked in 2 or 3 times, like the links, it actually verify your age through Google.
Okay.
So you just click out and just do 3 more times without.
So you don't have to have like a login or a sign-in name or any create an account.
You can create an account, but you don't have to.
You don't have to. Do you remember which device you were using when you were researching Cora.com?
My iPhone. I don't know what the phone number for that is. I want to say it's 0742 or something like that.
0742. You mean the passcode
No, the phone number to it.
for the iPhone?
Yeah.
What was the passcode for that one again?
5108.
5108.
Correct.
Just for your iPhone, which is what you did the research for Cora.com.
That, and also my black Surface app.
Surface tablet.
Yep.
When did you do this research on the tablet?
Intermittently between.
Is there a login or is there a sign-in or a passcode for your tablet?
Passcode for my tablet is 75. It's a phased one, but I'm pretty sure it's 7577. Capital G, lowercase ULA.
.com?
No.
No, just tablet. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
back to taking the life of Alec. And is it A-L-E-K? Okay. Alec, who is 13. You're saying that you were solely responsible for his life loss, his murder. Okay. Your wife, at this point, was aware.
She had gone back to the room.
Okay. Had you given the children any medications prior to this night? I know you talked about the pie or whatever that your wife had made. Up until this point, were the children routinely given any type of medications?
We give them some supplements right now,
Okay.
but
All right. So the night in question, they weren't under the influence of anything. They were just normal.
they had the
What'd you call it, pie or something like that?
pie. Yeah. But then that didn't work that night. I don't remember if we gave them anything. Because those are two separate nights. We tried the pie one night.
You tried it before.
Mm-hmm. But I don't remember if we tried anything that next night or not.
So you didn't try to like sedate them or anything like that prior to killing them?
They were asleep. Doesn't make sense, but we wouldn't. We must have given him the cough medicine again. I'm sorry, we must have given him the cough medicine again.
I'm just thinking if you're trying to
No,
do something like that, and you've done a lot of preparation. I mean, you started to prepare this back in April. So I was thinking you've done your research and everything like that in the premeditated fashion. So I would just think that one would give, if you have medications at hand and stuff like that, to kind of lower the emissions a little bit.
Yeah, we wanted to go very peacefully. We didn't want to be in pain.
Okay. So it's possible, and obviously with further investigations as far as the remains and stuff like that, that one we'll come up with that at a later time. But okay, so Alec is gone. What happens after that?
I walk into the room, Meg and I console ourselves, and she turns to me and says, "We have to finish this. There's one more left to go before the sunlight comes up." Okay. So she says, "I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to stand because the way the downstairs is. The way the downstairs is, I don't know if you saw the house. Once you got my Tyler is the strongest kid, and my Tyler is the quickest kid. And if he got out of the room by chance, it wouldn't help the situation.
Why not?
Because we wouldn't be able to catch him, hence we wouldn't be able to all go together.
Was there fear like maybe he would
Get away.
like outside of the home, like alert neighbors or something? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was almost like a quick, I don't want to say like attack, but it was a quicker movements with him.
Yes. The same thing. Megan stood outside the door, just in case, so the door could open. And I had gone in, and he was laying on his laying on his left side. And I was able to get in and get the knife right in there. And got it. It started bleeding quite a bit, but then being strong, he kept moving. So then again, I had to put a pillow on top of my hand, and he went really, really, really quick.
So a lot of blood.
I didn't see much blood because I had it covered up, like how much blood coming out. I could feel the blood coming out because it was all over my hand. But it was bloody.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask him.
Please.
With the boys, which knife did you use?
It was all the green knife for the kids, and
The buck.
they're both buck knives, but the green knife was for the kids, and the one Megan used to stab herself with.
She also used the green one.
Yes, because we established the fact that I had to get a bigger knife for myself because my body mass is bigger to get the same thing.
Okay. So Tyler, and which room downstairs was Tyler in?
Tyler was in the library room downstairs.
Library room. So if I walk in the house, which way?
You got to walk in the house. The first room on the left is music room. The second room on the left is library room with the double French door things.
Okay, and that's the room. Was he on a mattress? Was he?
On the mattress, and the mattress, my wife is very adamant about mattress covers. So he was on top of the mattress cover and all his blankets and everything.
Did that mattress stay downstairs?
That mattress stayed downstairs. The cover and everything else was brought up when I brought him up to the room.
So obviously there should be, if he bled out, there should be signs of that on the mattress.
The mattress was clean because of the cover,
What do you mean by cover?
by the mattress cover.
Okay, which is cloth.
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't allow fluid or anything to go through. When I moved him, I was able under the cover.
So that's sometime later.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So Tyler is killed. Who's in the room when he's killed?
It's just me and Tyler. Megan is outside in the door.
What is she saying during any of this?
She's doing meditations.
Was she drinking or consuming anything that would maybe
Not at that point, no.
weigh her down? Because it's just a lot for a parent to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot for a human being to go through, let alone a parent. Okay.
But we had salvation in mind. We had to bring it, and that's, in all honesty, we love our kids, and it's sad.
I understand. Okay. So now all the children are gone. How long until the sun comes up?
I don't know. It might be about 5 o'clock in the morning, around that time.
Was the sun coming up like part of a rule or anything like that? Because you mentioned it a couple times that Megan told you that you have to do this before the sun comes up. Is there a reasoning behind that?
I don't know why the reason was behind that, but it would have to be done before the sun came up, yes.
Okay. So it's nothing during your research or investigations or anything like that that has.
Nothing per mind. I don't know what was on her side, research or whatnot.
Okay.
I was just told this needed to be done before the sun came up.
All right. So they're all deceased. What do you guys do?
Go up to the bedroom. Just started talking. How do we want to, the kids are dead. What do we want to do now? What's going on? What's our next step? What are we going to do?
You mean this wasn't planned?
It was planned, but it was like just a dog. Did she want to go first? And we just said, because there was some discussion of me going first and her staying last, her going first. She wasn't sure which one she wanted to do. So we decided that the dog, we went the dog with us. So she held the backside of the dog down, and they put the, I call them Mexican blankets. They're like these blankets around, and I was able to hold the knot in her snout and her nose closed, and she went peacefully. Picked her up, put her in her bed, and then Meg was like, I want to go next, I want to be done. And then
So you just suffocated the dog? So if there was any type of marks or anything like that on the dog, you wouldn't know anything about it?
what kind of marks were on the dog? I just suffocated the dog.
You didn't stab the dog?
I didn't stab the dog.
Was there stab wound on the dog?
That's interesting because I didn't stab the dog.
Well, there's a stab wound on the dog.
Okay.
The dog was collected as well. So. Oh, it's neither here nor there. I'm just telling you. Okay. All right. So you killed the dog. And then you say you put it in its bed or something like that. Where did you place it now?
The bed, and we wrapped it in the blanket, we not put it underneath the bedside table in her bed.
Her. Okay. What was her name?
Crazy.
Reezy. Okay. Did you I'm sorry, where did you kill the dog at?
It was on the foot of the bed on Megan's side.
In the master room.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was, the final resting spot was in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the dog's dead.
Hmm.
Now what happens?
Meg wanted to go.
Okay.
So we have decided, I said, what do you want to get, your wines, what do you want to help calm this down, so it won't hurt as much. We had some spray stuff, so she could use that instead. So she wanted some wine and some, it's purple, Tylenol PM. She started taking that a little bit. Gave her the knife. I laid next to her and she put the knife into her stomach. Okay. And I said, did you get the spot? It's right here. She said, yeah, I feel it. Okay. I'm laying there for 45 minutes. It's supposed to take about 10 minutes, what everybody says. If you hit the spot.
And what is in that spot? What are you talking about?
Inferior vena cava. Okay. I mean, umbilicus. You're supposed to be able to bleed out. They say in 1 to 4 minutes, but under 10 minutes.
And what are you specifically targeting within that area?
The inferior vena cava.
Okay.
It's the big blood return. Okay. It's a large vessel and you bleed out in your abdomen. It's just quick.
All right.
Okay.
How much did she consume wine or I'm assuming is it grape flavored? You can't put the whole.
Yeah, the first one was grape flavored.
What do you mean first one?
She had a glass of wine with the stuff. Okay. We were laying there for about 45 minutes. After she stabbed herself, she says, I feel nothing happening. Nothing happening. I said, okay, this isn't good. What do you want to do? She said, do we have any Benadryl? I said, we have liquid Benadryl. She goes, let me have that. Let me try some of that. Maybe that'll put me to sleep or let me go sooner. So she was drinking liquid Benadryl. And I was checking back on her, give her some peace. Walked around, came back, walked around, came back. And at one point I thought she had passed from doing the Benadryl. She was still there and she had sat up.
What makes you think she passed?
She was very quiet. There was no motion. I couldn't see her abdomen going up and down. This is from afar without even going up to see her. Okay.
Was her eyes open?
Eyes were closed.
She communicating with you?
I thought when I came up, I was like, Meg, she said, I'm here. I said, okay. So I said, what do you want to do? You want to try more Benadryl? Do you want the knife back again? What do you want to do? She goes, let me try some more Benadryl. And then down we'll do a second. Just that. Okay. Give her a bunch more Benadryl. Like I said, let that settle in for a while. Settle in.
When you say a bunch more, you got about approximate amount?
I really don't. I know she was
She was like a bottle?
yes, it was I don't know, it was a big bottle. Like a family size Benadryl thing.
She killed the whole bottle?
In 2 different sippings, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that wasn't happening, so she decided to go through her liver. Okay. We pulled up the thing, and the hepatic liver, we laid it out on where it was on her skin. The aquarium landmarks. And it said it's right in this area. So, okay. And she, with 2 hands, pushed in. And you hear like a little click, as if it went through something. Okay, so I was like, okay, sounds like it went through the liver, that's good, okay. She pulled it out, she put the knife right next to her. And I just laid with her. And I laid there and held her. And we just waited. It seemed like hours went by and nothing else happening. I got up. I wanted to check on our boys, our little one, make sure everything was going okay in the house, everything was okay. Came back and she's sitting up at the edge of the bed. And she's sitting in the room. I'm like,
What was she cleaning it with?
there was one of my t-shirts. She had, I think she had a towel at one point.
Okay.
But she was definitely, I can't, but she was up, she was washing it, rinsing at one point. And she's like, this has got to be done, it's taking too long, this is ridiculous. I'm like, shall we really go on, look at different other aspects to do this? How do you want to do this? She was, I want this ended now. I said, okay, what does that mean? She was, I want you to take the pillowcase, put a pillow and put it over my head. I said, I don't know if I can do that. And she looked at me, she goes, if you love me, you can do this. I want to be with my babies. So yeah, and she just looked at me and she was, you're strong enough and you can do it. Okay. So I said, why don't you take some more Benadryl, so at least you're not gonna fight me. And I'll do it. So she took some more Benadryl. She took some more Benadryl. And maybe about 15 minutes later, I came back in the room, I said, you still wanna do this? And she talked to me like that, very far out, yeah, get it done.
How much Benadryl would you guys have?
I don't know.
Did you have to go get any more during this time?
So in that time, no.
What other times did you have to?
After that was done, for me to commit suicide.
So you had already prepared, I mean, you basically, you had enough to take care of the children and yourself, or Megan?
Megan and myself for what we thought.
How many bottles do you approximately think you had?
We had 2 boxes of Sleepies, I know that, which is straight dimethyl, which is, these little pills. We had 2 things of Tylenol PM, I remember that, which is a great purple one. And I think we had 2 bottles of Benadryl, the big bottles.
Family size?
Yes.
But getting through Megan, did she take it all?
She ended up taking a lot more than what we had thought we'd take it. So,
So her numbers should be a lot higher results wise, you know what I mean, like as far as toxicology.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay. Once she was cleaned up, you talked about wiping in the towel or something like that, did you see a substantial amount of blood or anything outside of the body?
She kept the shirt on, I didn't look underneath.
Okay.
There
Did you see anything on the bed?
was blood on the sheets, but then she wanted a different sheet, I remember that, so she put a different sheet down.
So the old one should still be back at the house?
It should be.
Okay. So she tells you that it's not working, she wants you to suffocate her. Pillow, that was the gray pillow I think you kept talking about.
It's a little gray rectangular pillow, yes.
How big?
It's like one of the 10 pillows.
Like,
It's that, right?
12 by
It's about the size of half of your case there, not your case there.
okay. Alright, so small gray pillow should have
Hold
something.
on, hold on. And I want to make sure I'm telling you everything perfect. When she changed the sheet, she put a bunch of sheets on a bunch of stuff that was wet on the, bathroom floor. And later on, I cleaned up and threw that away. So the original sheet is there, I threw it away,
Threw it away or washed it?
I threw it away.
Okay. So any of the sheets that were like found in like the washer or dryer or anything like that, are they related, involved?
I didn't do any wash, I don't think.
You haven't done any laundry since Christmas?
No.
Okay.
I
Alright,
don't think I did.
okay.
And so I threw that shit away, because that was full of blood, that sheet was full of blood.
Okay. Alright, so, go on, proceed, sorry.
It's okay. So then it came to me, and Megan asked that I wait a day or two to make sure everybody passed, make sure the house was all set, and I kind of slept in. So that's what I did. I started the Benadryl, I tried hanging myself.
The Benadryl you had to go buy more of,
Correct.
and that was where?
I went to CVS 24 Hours, I went to Publix, and I went to Walgreens.
There's one across by the Starbucks.
That's
I think
CVS.
CVS, so you went there.
Mm-hmm.
The Publix is right there off of Blake, which is right there in front of Celebration, and the other one is where?
There's a Walgreens right next to Five Guys, in the little restaurant thing there.
Oh, the new area.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this was the day after or so, or when did you start purchasing more Benadryl?
About the day after, so yeah.
Did you purchase anything else besides Benadryl?
Alcohol,
Okay.
rum, and some more, Coppola. So rum,
What's the one, the red one or something?
it's rum, yeah.
Okay.
And I also thought that it might be easier, I'm not much about guns in the house, but was reading on Quora that you could kill yourself with a pellet gun.
Pellet gun?
And the liver and the heart. I have 2 wounds.
The liver and the heart.
The liver the first time. It bled quite a bit. Didn't do anything, but I woke up later on. And
We'll have it checked out, but we'll photograph it later. Is the mark still there?
I haven't looked at the heart. I'm still trying to spin forever.
Okay.
That was the last one. I tried the razor blade to the radial artery, which I told you I hit, but I didn't do it well in the, in the tub. So dry up. Zip tie around the neck. The only thing that did was irritate my glottis. I couldn't get it on the carotid artery because my neck is too big. So I tried to substitute that in with the towels with pressure points going in the carotid arteries. I tried to stop hanging over the edge of the beds. Was trying to figure out how to go through and fall the knife in the right direction to get it upward up into my xiphoid to get my what should I call it? Diaphragm. Was also researching, but couldn't quite get to the femoral artery because the way how deep the femoral artery was.
Where were you doing your research at?
The internet.
Well, I mean, what device?
Meg's phone and my phone.
Meg's phone. Okay, and which phone? 'Cause I know you said you had 2.
Hers is 6465, and that is, I think she had a pink case to it.
Which phone was lost?
My 6536 one, a Samsung. And that one was lost before Christmas.
And where was that one lost at?
It was lost in Florida. I don't know where I lost it from, the airport down.
That was the Samsung? I think
Yeah,
it's a
Galaxy
Note or something?
Galaxy Note 10.
Okay. Which phone was left in like a Starbucks or something in Sarasota?
That one was that phone that was mine. And I went back and got it.
Which phone?
I don't know the number.
You don't know if it was an iPhone or a Droid?
It was an iPhone.
It was your iPhone that you have now, but still the same phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went back and got it. And I can't remember, was that when the family was still alive that you went down there to Sarasota?
No.
They were already dead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You drove the van, the red van down there?
Mhm.
Was there ever a white van or something involved? Was there a moving van, or did it appear you guys were moving at some point? Like moving out of that residence? That was just kind of what people were saying. I don't know how there's any truth behind it.
No.
Okay. Prior to the deaths, I mean, were you guys planning on moving out of that home?
Prior to this. We had planned to, I don't know.
Okay, so like, did you ever get a rental truck or anything like that? Or anything? But when you guys moved in when? May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So somebody had said they saw like a moving truck or something out nearby on the residence near the house recently?
Wasn't us.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
No, wasn't us.
So people would call in and see people would say, oh yeah, it looked like they were moving out or something like that. So okay. So you guys never had a moving truck. All right. On to the next thing. Sorry. So you drove down to Sarasota, left your iPhone at a Starbucks. Did they call you, or how did that go about? Did you call it, or what? How'd you get your phone back?
I was leaving and turned around and realized I started going, turned around, went back.
Okay. What were you telling family during this time frame, like around the deaths and after the deaths?
That were either vacationing at the beach or I was looking at PT practices to purchase.
Who were you communicating with?
Sisters and mom.
Your sisters? Which sisters?
Kelly? I wasn't communicating with Christy anymore.
Is that Chrissy or Christy?
Christy.
Chrissy. Yep. Do you want to talk with her anymore? When's the last time you talked with Chrissy?
A few weeks back. I don't know the date. I really don't. I'm sorry.
What you guys talk about?
I was pissed off that she wouldn't stay in my business.
Okay. How about your last conversation with your mom?
That we were going to eventually be coming up and talk about moving up north, that kind of stuff, just to spice her and calm her down.
Okay. You talk to your dad lately?
No, I don't think so.
When's the last time you talked with him?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you guys have a good relationship, or
We have a decent relationship.
how about you and your mom?
I'm not very close, and that's why I had to really be evasive with her.
Did she tell that maybe you're being evasive?
She could, that's why I had to reinforce the fact that let's try not to be.
Your sisters?
My sisters just, they love me, and they have a sixth sense.
They do love you. I've spoken with them.
Yeah.
I've spoken with your family. All right. So Meg's dead. You come back from Sarasota. We were trying to establish a better timeline before, approximately when she was taken, when Meg died. And you're adamant that all this all took place before Christmas.
Yes.
Positive, 100%.
Yeah, before Christmas.
So, have you communicated with anybody after that? Has anybody texted you? Have you been using any of the other devices, anything like that?
Using devices to text people, yes.
And that's, why'd you do that?
Keep people away so I can finish myself.
Gotcha.
I was in a time where that I still need to get to them.
Yeah.
I still have to get to them.
Yeah.
And people are getting closer and closer. And
I know people said that they were communicating with what they thought were your family members.
Mhm.
And ultimately it wasn't.
no, it was me.
It was you. Yep. The zip ties and the knives and the research and everything, how come it didn't work?
Zip tie didn't work because I couldn't get enough compression on it. The knife, because in all honesty, I chickened out and counted it out with a knife.
Okay.
I'd taken so much Benadryl, then I took this, taking an alcohol to Benadryl, and every time I seemed to live a little bit closer. There was one day, somehow I woke up in the garage, in my urine and whatnot, and I had thought I died back then, and didn't. So.
Okay, and how quick after did you move? You said you wanted the family to be together,
Mm-hmm.
right? So take me through how does this take place? How does, because when they were all killed, they were all in different positions inside the home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happens?
The first day I just laid in bed with Meg the first day after she died. Just laid in bed with her. I want to say it's the second day after she died. I said, okay, time to get things moving and get everything going. And went in, made sure she was covered and everything was taken care of. She was on I remember her left leg had fallen off the bed, which was kind of weird. So I was able to move her left leg up and tuck her leg underneath to get her nice and comfortable. Moved Zoe in, put Zoe in. Before all this was done, we had the kids bringing all those little altar things.
They were like favorite items or something?
Yes.
Like that? Okay.
So I had to fix those because I knocked those over after I put Zoe up.
Good.
Okay. So I fixed all that. And then it was which one do I do first? Do I bring Tyler over to the top or do I bring Alex out? And I thought just because of my strength, and I wasn't too strong at the time right there, that I should get Tyler upstairs.
Tyler he was the one who was
He
downstairs.
was the one downstairs.
He's 11.
He's 11, yes.
Okay.
So I was able to get him up on my shoulders and carry him up a little bit by little bit.
Okay. then to back up a little bit, I want to speak about Zoe.
Yes,
So Zoe was in her bed.
correct.
Had you checked, because rigor mortis was brought in, you talked about it.
Yeah,
Did you check on her periodically to see when she'd come out?
I hadn't checked on her periodically. I just knew she was in rigor. Just because I went to position her, so in my mind, she had to stay warm. And her arms were outside, so I went to put her arms down to make her nice and comfortable. And I couldn't move her arms, and I was like, okay, she's still in rigor. So I brought the blanket above her, just so that she'd be warm until I was able to reposition her.
And when you say reposition her, when you're doing all this, is this still while she's in her bed, or that you already moved her to your bed?
She was still in her bed.
Still in her bed?
Yes.
Okay. So when she's movable
Yes.
and under the blankets and everything, at that point is when you moved her to be in bed with Megan?
Correct. I upped the fitted sheet. I scrunched it together and carried her in my arms and laid her flat, made sure her head was comfortable on the pillow, and let her sleep there. Then I had to pick up everything I knocked over.
Okay. And her head, because I understand that she was at the foot of the bed,
That's correct.
right? So she's laying like this, left to right, Meg's laying like this. Is her head towards Megan's side of the bed or your side of the bed?
The head is towards my side of the bed.
Okay.
Her feet are towards.
And you slept, if you're looking at the bed on the left side of the bed, Megan slept on the right side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. So her head's on your side, left side of the bed,
Mhm.
positioned feet towards Megan.
Correct.
All right, wrapped up in a blanket.
Correct.
Okay. So Tyler's next.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler is downstairs.
Correct.
You said that you were able to get him eventually upstairs to the room. So how do you do him? What happens?
I moved his mattress from his bedroom because he wasn't on his mattress.
Okay.
Moved his mattress from his bedroom and put it on the floor.
His bedroom upstairs?
Correct.
Okay.
And picked him up and just carry him up at a time.
His items or trinkets or whatever you call them were already in your bedroom?
Mhm.
And what specifically did he want to bring with him?
He wanted the scarf, the soccer scarf.
Soccer scarf?
Yep.
And what team was that from?
That was from the Team USA versus Canada game that we went to a couple weeks prior.
Team USA. Okay. Did you position that on his body?
No, I positioned it on the toy box itself.
On the toy box?
Mhm.
All right. You said something about your daughter's hands. What did you put in her hands?
A set of rosaries, I think.
Set of rosaries?
Mhm.
How about Tyler?
It was some kind of religious aspect, whether it be rosaries or some kind of something along that lines.
Now, did you guys already have these items?
Those are mine from collections growing up.
Growing up? All right. Did you grow up in a church?
I was a forced Catholic, yes.
Forced Catholic?
Yes.
Okay, understood. Okay, so Tyler gets a set of rosaries.
Mhm.
How is he positioned?
He is on his, when I put him on, he is on his, like, towards his stomach, with his head towards the side. I just can't remember which, his head was facing, I think, back to the back of the wall, back to the building, I'm not sure.
Back, okay. Is he on his face? Is he on his side? How is his face?
He's on the side, half of his face, it's like, it's more so like right here.
Okay. All right. And then that leaves, so take me through that.
That one was tough because I had to get the mattress out from underneath him because I couldn't drag him on the mattress. So I took the blanket, his comforter blanket, put it on the ground, and we moved him to the ground. Then moved the mattress into the room,
How did you move him to the ground? What do you mean?
picked him up, and put him on top of the comforter that was on his bed. I put the comforter on the ground so he wouldn't be laying on the rug. Put that on the ground, put him on the ground, forced the mattress into the room, made sure the mattress was set, and then put him on the,
Did you have to like drag him by the comforter, or did you pick him up, or how does this
I
work?
moved the sheet and I put the comforter on the bed, then I took the sheet up with him and put it onto the blanket, the comforter. Moved the bare mattress into the room. I was able to pick him up and take him. I was adamant I did not want to drag him. He's my son. I did not want to drag him. So I picked him up the best I could, little steps at a time, and got him through.
Do you carry all the children?
Yeah.
That's just something that you wanted to do as a parent.
Versus dragging them?
Right.
Yeah, the ultimate respect to them, I understand we have different opinions about it, but the ultimate.
I can see it.
Oh,
You don't want to drag them like a piece of
no, it's not
garbage.
just me.
Absolutely. Okay. So you get him positioned, you get Alec positioned on the mattress. Which way is he positioned?
He's on the side. Okay, moving up toward that.
Looking up.
I think he's looking up towards us, on one side or the other. I'm pretty sure he's facing up towards the bed.
Because I know one of the boys was almost face down when he was found, and one was on his side, like you just described Tyler was. So I was wondering maybe if Alec.
If any of them were closer face down, that would have been Tyler.
And Tyler was closer to the bed next to your wife.
No, Tyler was the last one.
Okay. So Tyler was the one closest or the farthest away from the bed.
Correct.
So Meg, Zoe,
That's right.
Alec, Tyler.
Okay.
Okay. You got it.
I had it burning.
You need a.
Yeah, have it to shoot.
Yeah. Give you a moment.
Okay.
You good on your drink? Need water or anything?
Just a water, Phil.
That's it.
Like I said, I have nothing to hide. I'm telling you, I feel this.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something that maybe during this time frame that you don't recall, but it was noticed during yesterday's events that the dog was stabbed.
I didn't do that. I mean, it doesn't matter.
No.
I just let you know.
Okay. So the children are been positioned.
Mhm.
Okay. You guys are coming back together as a family.
Mhm.
And I'll use your words. I mean,
Okay.
you chickened out at this point.
The knife.
With the knife and that type of stuff. The pellet gun, during the course of this, was attempted. How come you didn't graduate to a real gun?
Because in doing so, I had to. Sorry. There's a whole 3-day wait list.
Well, we were before, just some days have passed. I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad idea. Every back on it.
It's one of those, it'll happen this way, they'll do it this way. Sometimes when I took the Benadryl, I seriously went to sleep for like 2 days. It seemed like 2 days later, you know. And
Where would you sleep at?
either next to Megan, in the attempt, or somewhere in that room. Sometimes right on the edge, on the floor down there.
Okay.
Between the bed and the window. Every time I said, well, let's try it, and it's like, well, now I gotta depend on that particular, to get done quicker, and
The tower was on during this time frame?
yes.
Where'd you guys keep the temperature? Do you remember?
I don't, but I wanna say, because I was in charge of it, because I was over there, 68,
Cool.
yeah.
Up in the room, I think there was like some, I don't know,
if they were humidifiers, I don't know if they were moisture, what were those?
Those are air purifiers.
Air purifiers. Were those there prior to?
The white one by the window was there, because we kept the air purifier going, because we both have heavy allergies. The black one I brought in from the boys' room, just to keep going. Then we use candles and that kind of stuff, and I did sage smudges and that kind of stuff.
For what?
Sage smudges allowed for spirits to pass on and that kind of stuff, so I wanted to make sure no one kept stuff.
Candles were for the same reason?
Yep.
So, it's been some time, we weren't found, or we didn't get there till, what, Monday, which would have been the, what, 12th, maybe? 13th? What were you doing during this time frame? We're talking over 2 weeks.
Trying to kill myself.
Were you leaving the home? Were you going over to the other place in Georgetown or wherever it is?
I went over to the other place once because my daughter really, really, really wanted her Mickey Mouse necklace. So I went up into the condo to see if I could get the Mickey Mouse necklace to find it in the jewelry box, and I couldn't find it.
So she didn't get it. And was that the only time you left?
No, I would leave every time I would be up, so I need to go get either more alcohol, more Benadryl, and just food as we're trying to get through this.
Publix or fast food or?
Fast food, unfortunately, but I thought went to McDonald's once or twice.
Okay. Were you checking the mail?
I checked the mail also, okay, to make sure everything was, bringing the stuff so that nothing would leave suspicion out in front.
Okay. Deliveries,
And
boxes?
then, because I didn't want anything to be seen during my, being unsuccessful time after time to.
So there was like a pile of boxes and stuff like near the door? Were those like presents or what in the world was all that?
Pile of boxes in the door.
Yeah. So the people at the scene were telling me that there was like, it appeared like almost like Christmas presents. Did the kids get to open Christmas presents?
No, they weren't alive for Christmas.
They were not alive for Christmas. Okay.
By the treasure.
I think there was like packages or something like they were talking about. Okay. So during this past weekend, the power was shut off, is that right?
Sometime this weekend, yes, I'm not quite sure when. The recollections were, I don't really know, I'll be honest with you.
Did you often sit out on the front porch?
I'll sit on the front porch? No.
Because the day that the agents and everybody were there, you were seen out on the front porch.
No, I don't know why. I don't remember that morning really, like how things matriculated. I just remember I pounded the door. And just hours before, I'd already fallen down those stairs once before. So
Why is that?
my legs gave out, probably because I was so OD'd on Benadryl or dehydrated. I was peeing brown. So I was probably just so dehydrated and so whatever.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly how I got, like I said, I remember hearing the door knock. It was this fast knock. I was like, okay, so I came downstairs and something was telling me somebody was coming and I did not know what the whole deal was. The night before, I remember feeling like the house was being surveillanced. I was seeing all these red and green knots and things. I don't know if it was, I don't know what cause it was. But I came downstairs and I opened the door and no one was there after the knocking, because it took me a while to get down there.
That was the night before?
No, that was that morning.
Oh, that morning?
Yeah. And after that, I don't have much of a recollection of except a bunch of guys coming in and I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know why I was sitting on the front porch.
Yeah, I guess you were sitting out on the front porch and then they would make contact with you inside or something.
And then I also remember seeing Megan out there talking to you guys, which wasn't true.
No.
No, I know, but I'm just telling you what, you know, it's like, so that's why I don't quite.
But now that it's been a couple of days, you probably have a better recollection of what transpired that morning.
I don't have too much of a recollection that morning, honestly.
Well, I mean, looking back, I mean, I can tell you now she's deceased.
No, I know.
So we know she wasn't talking.
Correct, yeah.
So do you remember when they come in the house,
Mm-hmm.
do you remember what you told them?
No,
Okay. All right.
I know.
All right. One thing that just popped in my head, I'm sorry, is that what all was purchased at Academy Sports?
The two knives.
Were they the only things you purchased that day, or what?
They're intermittent days.
You did purchase them together?
No,
The green one, when did you purchase it?
that one was purchased right after Thanksgiving.
After? How about the other one?
The other one, sometime afterwards, before Christmas, because Megan and I were going over what needs to be done, stabbed and where, and she made a comment to the fact that the green one wouldn't even go through me.
So you went and got a bigger one?
I had to get a bigger one for myself.
Okay. So there was like a whole bunch of items that appeared like they came from Academy Sports, like with a bunch of the SKUs still, with tags and stuff like that. There was like a bag of stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Like some clothing articles and that type of stuff?
Bit of clothing. I remember I picked up 2 fishing lures, I think it was.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for some time. We're going to take about a 5-minute comfort break. Please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All right, jurors, please.
Trend of brevity continues. Mr. Todt, we're going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand.
Stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Todt, you are sitting between some very experienced trial attorneys. You should consider their counsel in the decision as to whether you wish to become a witness in this case or exercise your constitutional right to remain silent. I want you to understand that at your request, should you choose to remain silent, I would have instructed your jury that they are not to consider your silence in any way whatsoever in rendering a verdict. Ultimately, the decision as to whether you wish to testify in this trial is yours and yours alone. Have you had an opportunity to discuss that decision with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you need any additional time to make that decision?
Decision has been made, sir.
All right. It's been represented to the court that you wish to testify in this trial.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that the state will have an opportunity to cross-examine you just as they have with any other witness. Do you understand that? All right. Thank you. All right. That's the only discussion that we have at this time. Thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
I have that lectern back.
You want it up here?
I thought that that's where typically where do you want it, Judge?
Okay. I was under the impression that closing arguments were done and you were going to question the defendant from the podium. Is that correct?
That closing argument, opening statement.
Excuse me, did I say it closing? Opening statements are concluded, and so you can question from this podium, and we'll bring Mr. Todt up when the jury returns, swear him in.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's return our jury, please. May be seated. Thank you. Defense, you may call your first witness.
You're going to recall Anthony Todt.
Mr. Todt, if you'll please remain standing, we're going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies, thank you.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Todt,
What is your age?
46.
Mr. Todt, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Todt. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
And were you in fact married to Megan Todt?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was high school of 1992
And where was that?
in Montville, Connecticut. Sorry. Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did you and Ms. Todt, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it to that. Make it hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also become a student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy. And then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was that in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. She, whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, she concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work sometime in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment and partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself. Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease. in which was, they say Lyme disease goes into remission. They say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time, we used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
Ask your next question, Mr. West.
I'll try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
And then when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry. First, I apologize. Let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, in trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you've ever seen in your life. I swear her eyes could.
Mr. Todt,
Yes.
did there come a time then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher, in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds. She couldn't keep weight on. She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff, saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion, okay? Valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her, sorry, not valves, her chambers were beating all irregular. It was basically, you take four wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge and narrative.
It's the narratives.
Mr. Todt, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in the hospital, case review of charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background. Now, as your wife continued with her health issues, what was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Her demeanor went from a very vibrant young woman in which literally we were best friends. As dating, we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family, okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were, okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room, literally, after almost 20 years of marriage, my stomach would have those butterflies in it, seeing my wife. I existed, but she went from,
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
at the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less
Yeah.
demeanor change.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with two wonderful boys. Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid, okay? To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. We hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper, okay? In which to come in, help bring the kids to school, which is something my wife.
What I'm going to ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
Do you and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Catholic Church?
I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
As you progressed as a family, did Megan seek other religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick, we were under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative, or she went more alternative, I should say, because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based, I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church. And her progression, her religion, through that religion and her following, also took over her medical outlook and her medical treatment of herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time, was there a calamitous event in the life of Megan's parents?
Before the birth of my first son, in November of 2002, her father hung himself. She was very close with her father. She was not close with her mom. I was very close with her father. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things I totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
Right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her, her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. And before the whole progression of the disease and the process under it. There was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost the baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously it affected me, but she went from that singing, humming, dancing person to not to days that she didn't get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife? Or
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect.
Unresponsive.
Get your question, Mr.
the
Ward.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so we're no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England. Is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes.
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that of your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Todt, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her? What was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her healthcare was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
That the means of technology.
overruled.
Thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So her, as you asked, please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached a salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
And was her desire to seek better health through this process by going into another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara. Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me, yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
And what was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was the whole aspect of it was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Talking about your own demeanor and how your countenance.
My own demeanor, when I found out what happened, I puked. I cried. I was in total denial of what happened. I couldn't understand. And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her to have a good life. period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
Objection, not responsive in the narrative.
Try and work on shorter sentences so that everyone can keep up, and I'll be,
My apologies, sir.
we're fine. Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead. It was the most horrible day of my life. And what made it more horrible is my wife died in front of me also.
Had there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
According to what she told me.
Objection, hearsay.
And
Hold on just a sec, Mr. Todt. Response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person if you can.
thank you, sir. When I came home that morning, I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And the kitchen, it was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple, bluish, grapish, melted pie, I guess you want to say, a pie dish was sitting there on the counter with some residue on the kids, that the kids places on their plates.
At that time you came in, you saw that there were desserts that had been served up on the table?
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
And then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no. I had gone upstairs. Well, I had too much information, but I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs. My house was very quiet. Very unnormal having 3 kids, one 13, one 10 at the time, the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways, because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th, Cole Miller and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which resulted in a fracture on my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
You said in the statement that you stabbed the children and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June. So maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here, when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
After I saw everybody die,
Yes, sir.
after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks after the day that changed your family's entire future. During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
I would have to go through them to count, because in my head I can't count them. Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
On conscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times. So 10 times, at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself? You gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit, or what happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy, okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the children's was just no different. It's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared. Okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I took when going back and looking at the dates and whatever, It turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
And were you prepared to assemble that bike?
God, my babies. That was to be a Christmas present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to.
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set, not bed set, I apologize. Duvet cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was even a dollhouse that we picked up for my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
Mr. Todt, what could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good. I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Collect yourself.
Tissue or something. I'm sorry.
Deputies?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around? Sorry.
Do you remember the religious groups sending messages and having, I guess, prayer or singing sessions in Megan's memory and, information back?
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Was the person who was thought to be the leader of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and contact her?
Yeah, contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTime sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
They didn't tell me directly. They had contacted my sister, and my sister told me that she had a conversation, that Megan was at rest and she crossed over. I don't know where that, I don't understand it. But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Mr. Todt, did you kill your family?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. Ms. Pennell, cross-examination.
In December of 2019, what was Megan's medical conditions?
Megan's medical conditions consisted of neck pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate issues, breathing issues.
And did all of these medical issues make her frail?
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive,
Sure.
please?
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did Megan's medical condition make it hard for her to walk?
At times, yes, but she hit it very well.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Okay, so she was walking around fine.
Correct?
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free, so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus, she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in holistic practices. would you say?
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I had told you before, the diagnosis,
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
After she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced symptoms?
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
Like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth. She
Okay.
got diagnosed initially.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously every day for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain so that we can get her to the regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving. Forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope. There's nothing more that can be done.
Okay. So what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that, my apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy in which I was trained under, different things I would go to school for or continuing ed for to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you specifically did. So if you were
I'm telling
going
you
to
what I did.
treat her,
Yep,
what were the different things that you did?
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook recipe in physical therapy. It's treating her ailments and treating her pains.
Okay.
So
you
whether
did that.
or not her liver was inflamed, I did myofascial release to help release the liver. She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt who helped finance her and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assisted help?
At what
Month
point?
and year.
After a year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016, she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through the couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time.
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things are bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall, my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Objection,
there was,
non-responsive.
Ask your next question.
You are a practicing, or you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find, I have a Christian base and migrated to more Christian base. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time did Megan, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you
Mm-hmm.
and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well,
When did she do that?
let me correct your chronology if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in
When?
2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me for one second.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues of the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
when you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner?
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
Did you said it was your job to clean the kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any, I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay,
what's it called? Hummus toast. They
okay.
had hummus toast.
And you said you weren't hungry, or you?
I had a shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
And how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say. 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo,
Yes.
let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August. No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005,
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
the condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full time?
What do you mean?
Did you ever live at the condo full time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2005, or 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented the condo out.
Okay, did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes,
When?
full-time, as in after selling the house. I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So, but my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, and she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters furniture. I moved all that stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo, what do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in, realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No,
And you tested, what do you do with the van?
left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys. I'm like, did you guys forget something? And they looked under the basketball hoop and they're like, oh, the van was locked. The tools are there. So we wrestled a little bit and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here, hour and a half, I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had a later night snack.
Okay. So what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. I'm going over. Just remind mommy I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, the studio apartment above the garage because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay. So how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, there's what they call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay. So you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van?
Yeah.
What do you do with the van?
I realized the phone, when I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger. So I sat in there, decided to take a rest. because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay, so how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
It's a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
So how long were you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another and went back to sleep. It was not on current. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids at school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So do you drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I walked.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated in the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hands. So I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids, their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So you get back and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door and what do?
Go to pee. After I walked through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay, so you see everything still on the table, you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs to go to
After
the
I went to the bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the stairs then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs. That's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the doors to the library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay. And what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray Hydra Works shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, "I'm sorry I'm late."
Okay,
Ask her where
so
the
what
kids were.
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay, and what happens next?
We start communicating. And like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways. And I don't know if it was because of the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me. I puked.
Okay, and so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
Okay. But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Do you want the whole chain of events or do you want?
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
So I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with a pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, I thought you stabbed her. She says, I thought I did. I didn't know. It bounced off of her.
Okay. So after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so where's Megan when you're doing
Somewhere
this?
behind me. She was following me, talking to me. At one point, she was standing in the doorway, talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said, I thought you stabbed the kids.
Okay, so you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged and it was not a techno phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that the sun was up. That's all I know.
And after you finish with Zoe, what do you do?
Megan was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever, because she wanted me to believe what she was doing. Brushed her out of the way, and I went into Alec's room.
And who was in Alec's room?
Alec.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alec, which bed was Alec's?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room?
In Alec's room?
In Alec and Tyler's room.
Yeah. Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see Alec, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually do the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay. So after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed.
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed at a pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and there's, when I remove the blankets, there's blood there.
Okay. And do you do the same thing with the washcloth with Tyler?
Unfortunately, I didn't go to the bathroom to what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's at that point standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She's had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already. And I went up there and told her she needed to get help. I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are. Because I'd asked her for the phones where initially. And she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this conversation is happening where
In the master bedroom.
in the master bedroom? Okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. And I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for phones, she was standing at the side of the bed,
On which side?
on her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand.
Where did you go?
Into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at the vanity? Are you in the little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all place, in the closet and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones. You're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
No, she's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
What part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay. So you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her end table. When I left her, she's standing by the end table on her side of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon, you know, like you rub a balloon, like a, at which point I poke my head out, you know, as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she on
She's
the
laying
floor?
on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green-handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands are on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And at that point, she says, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava." She said, "I'm doing what I did to the boys, trying to get my inferior vena cava."
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where the phones were. She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help? Yes or no?
The answer is no.
After Megan dies, how long, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I do? I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house, we liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my decision-making, the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her. I was trying to convince her, trying to talk in her language, saying, obviously the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive. What do you do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
What do you do after this?
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? It's the morning. What do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long. I was in a state of confusion. I was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired with purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with. I left and came back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I go about buying a gun?
Are you aware that the wait period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Ma'am, I've never bought a gun before.
Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both attendants. They played the recital.
So how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl,
How many times?
I think twice. I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
Well, considering wall dry was disgusting, only once that I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
I picked up food, a Galumki, one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Not that I recall.
Did you go to Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks in
In
Sarasota?
Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope. It was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct. I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't even remember talking to the interview that day.
So you don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct. The ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to Academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife.
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note was essentially, I didn't read this note, but from what I recall, it said we did it to the family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me.
What'd you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit. And I wanted my wife to know, I want my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it. So I put the urine-soaked one and the one with errors in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So was this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was, when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you. Sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt?
It was in my black shorts.
In your shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that only fit me.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to, I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. But those are the 2 dress shorts I had.
So how often did you wear them?
Daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed. You saw the condition of my hair. You saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So you actually, the note that was left on the green chair is something that you actually authored.
I actually edited. That's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair.
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there. My father-in-law that died in 2002. My aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So in your interviews, you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience, people believe they're Hitler.
Did you conduct any research that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones. And I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife.
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one, Don't
Yes or
remember.
no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true, yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't
Yeah.
that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question?
That is what the video, yes, showed me.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alec's room, and Alec was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old, and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who was the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
Okay, so you go to Alec's room next because Alec's upstairs,
That's correct.
right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alec's room and you stabbed Alec and you suffocated Alec. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times that Megan was in there during that killing?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And that in fact, Megan held Alec's legs down while you suffocated Alec?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true?
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay, so next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well,
I
actually,
went to
not
the library.
Tyler's room, you went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely, he was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not responsive to my question.
Actually, it is. But
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an
And-
emotionally disturbed video of me, yes.
And that's you talking, right?
That is me talking, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank God I
So-
didn't tell you I assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So after that, you tell law enforcement, yes or no,
Mhm.
that you and Megan get Breezy, the dog, to come up onto the bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw.
There's no question.
You didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Yes or no? The next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
Which point?
At any point, did you tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement that at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Can I have just a moment? When was Tyler's birthday?
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Yes.
And based upon your testimony and the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
For Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get like birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You
You're
don't-
very good at that.
You don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, ma'am.
Do you remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday? And I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
Mr. Todt, who killed your family?
My wife killed her kids.
When you were not involved?
Thank you. Mr. Todt, you may step down and join your attorneys at council table.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Please discontinue watching or reading any media reports or any information that you may receive outside of the courtroom. We will resume at 1:30 with the case. 1:30 this afternoon. Have a pleasant lunch. Thank you.
All right,
Each side will have equal time, but the state of Florida is entitled to divide this time between an initial closing statement and a rebuttal closing statement after the defense has given its closing remarks. Ms. Pennell, would you like the podium? All right, thank you, Deputy.
Good morning, everybody. The first thing I want to do is thank you for your time in this case. I know that it's been difficult for all of you to take some time out of your personal lives to be here with us today, and you've all been very attentive, so I would like to thank you for that. The reason why we're here today is control. The defendant wanted control. You heard that December of 2019 started out like every other December for Zoe, Alec, and Tyler. They had a concert on December 6th that they went to. They had an awards banquet on December 14th that they went to. And then everything changed. Sometime between December 14th and December 18th, the defendant took each one of their lives. You heard testimony from some of the 911 operators at the sheriff's office, and you had the opportunity to hear some pretty pleading calls from the defendant's own sister asking for somebody to please go check on the well-being of the family. The first call was on December 29th, and she told law enforcement the family's been sick because that's what she'd been told. They couldn't speak to the family during Christmas because they had the flu. What you learned later is that that was the defendant telling the family that everybody was sick. The defendant was using Megan's phone and Tyler's phone and Alec's phone to tell everybody in the family that they were sick, that's why they couldn't talk to them. But something in the defendant's sister did not sit right. So she called again in January. She called on January 10th. And she insisted that somebody go out and make contact with her brother and the rest of the family. What's interesting between the two phone calls is that in the January 10th call, the defendant's sister tells law enforcement that Megan believes the apocalypse is coming, and she just learned about this information. How did she learn about this information? From the defendant. Because we already know Megan's dead. So you heard from law enforcement. Law enforcement tried to make contact with the family. Law enforcement went to both addresses, knocked on the doors, the blinds were closed. The defendant had conveniently parked the family van in front of a different building at the apartment on Longview Avenue. The defendant had started using cash and had continued to check the mail to make sure that nothing suspicious was going to lead somebody to the residence. And finally, on January 13th, the defendant didn't come to the door. Law enforcement opened the door, and that's when they discovered everything that was in 202 Reserve Place. And even when law enforcement is there, the defendant is still trying to be deceptive because he needs to keep control. He told Detective Miller something very interesting in his interview. He told Detective Miller, based upon their beliefs, they bring their children into this world, they should get to decide when they leave. The defendant wanted control. The defendant wanted control over the lives of his kids and of the life of Megan. And you heard from the law enforcement officers that found Alec and Tyler and Zoe and Megan. And you heard that initially they could not find Zoe. Could not find Zoe. Ultimately, they found her after looking through the house for 4 or 5 minutes. The defendant at the bottom of the stairs. I don't know when the last time I saw her. I think she went with you. Or maybe you should check the garage. The kids went to a sleepover. Megan's upstairs sleeping. The entire time, the defendant is trying to be deceptive. The defendant tells law enforcement also that he was intentionally deceptive with his family so that he could finish what he started. You heard from the medical examiner, and you heard from the toxicologist, and you heard that all of the members of the defendant's family at the time of their death had diphenhydramine in their system, which is Benadryl. You heard that smothering could not be ruled out because of the state of the bodies. If we know that Zoe, Tyler, Alec, and Megan were killed between December 14th and December 18th, law enforcement didn't go into the house until January 13th. It's almost an entire month. The state of their bodies prevented the medical examiner from doing a full investigation during her autopsy, but she was able to ascertain some key important things. She told you that everybody, including Megan, had no signs or issues with their heart or their liver. The medical examiner also told you that based upon the decomp of the bodies, that there was no more liquid blood left. And the boys both had stab wounds, but she didn't see any signs of hemorrhaging, which indicated to her that the stab wounds likely occurred after the death. And the defense attorney is going to get up here, and that is going to be the key point. You can't believe what Anthony Todt told law enforcement in the interview that you saw, because he said and was adamant that he stabbed the children before they died. And the medical examiner got up here and said the stab wounds were post-mortem. And that's why you can't believe Anthony Todt's statement to law enforcement. But how the defendant describes going into each child's room and killing each of his children is consistent with all of the evidence that was found on scene. It's consistent with, the only inconsistency is the stab wound when it occurred. Everybody's in agreement that there's a stab wound. And the defendant's adamant that they didn't die from a stab wound, they died from suffocation. So what you need to do is really look at the defendant's interview. The defendant very clearly describes how these murders happened. The defendant doesn't remember when they happened, just that they happened sometime before Christmas. That's what his interview said. Now we have some receipts and him knowing that, okay, well, I bought these BB guns after they were dead. So there's a receipt from Academy showing that from December 18th. We know that they were alive on December 14th because of their holiday banquet. The defendant is very meticulous and describes more than one time the order in which each of his children was killed, the manner in in which each one of his children was killed and what he did afterwards. So the defendant told you in his interview, you had the opportunity to see, that after doing some research about the afterlife and considering the fact that Megan was so sick, Megan's so sick, she can't get out of bed, she's frail, she has trouble walking, she's in excruciating pain, all of these things. She had a miscarriage, so she is so much in pain and so depressed that she was looking at these videos of the afterlife, and that's the way we're going to go. So the defendant also tells you in his interview that they sat the children down, including his 4-year-old daughter, and had a conversation with them about this plan, this suicide pact that him and Megan had together. He sat his 4-year-old daughter down and said, "What would you do if mommy and daddy died?" And then he came to the conclusion that his 4-year-old daughter decided she wanted to die with mommy and daddy. And the same with his 10-year-old son, Tyler, and his 13-year-old son, Alec. Then he had the children gather belongings that were important to them. And you'll see in the photographs, when you have an opportunity to take photographs back there, there is a chest at the foot of the bed in the master bedroom. And on this chest, there's some dolls that you open, and then there's a smaller doll and you open. So that's from Zoe. There is a scarf, a soccer scarf, which is from one of the boys. You'll see a photograph of all 3 of them with the Cookie Monster. And he displays all of these things on this, almost as if it's an altar. And he tells Detective Miller, "I had the children pick out their favorite things so that we could put them there." The defendant then tells Detective Miller that we weren't really sure when we were going to do this, so we made sure we bought some clothes for Alec just in case he was alive. I bought some fishing lures just in case we decided to go fishing before I killed them. The defendant rather nonchalantly describes murdering his children. And on the day that he does this, he tells law enforcement, and you got to hear it, that set an alarm for 11:30 p.m. so that he could wake up to accomplish.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I see the attorney's objection. Overall, you may continue.
Specifically, the defendant said, woke up at 11:30 at night. We set the alarm for 11:30 at night and got up out of bed, and it was Zoe first. That's what the defendant said to Detective Miller. The defendant then describes going into Zoe's room, and he describes laying there for a little while, getting up his courage. And ultimately, he rolls over on top of Zoe, and you saw how the defendant looked in his interview that was approximately a month before or after the deaths. So that size is accurate as to what his size was at the time. And you heard the medical examiner talk about the weight of Zoe. And the defendant rolled over on top of her and suffocated her. And he described that this took about 15 minutes, but she really only kicked and screamed for about 3 or 4. The defendant then said, I put some covers on her so that she would stay warm. And I want to point out the fact that he talks about that in his interview, because yesterday you heard him say when Megan told him that she killed the children, that he goes to Zoe's room first because everything is in the same order. So he goes to Zoe's room first, and he goes and gets a wash rag, and he goes back and he closes her eyes and shuts her mouth with the wash rag, because it's the fatherly thing to do to make sure that she's comfortable. That's what the defendant told you yesterday. Now, after he's done killing Zoe, the 4-year-old, he goes to Alec, and Alec is upstairs. Alec is the 13-year-old boy. Alec's the oldest. He also described on the stand yesterday that Alec's the strongest. And he goes and he suffocates Alex. And how he describes it to Detective Miller is also very nonchalant. And he also indicates to Detective Miller that he stabs Alec in the abdomen. He's looking for the umbilicus or this vein that is supposed to help Alec bleed out quickly. Then the defendant goes downstairs to Tyler. Conveniently, Alec and Tyler are separated. They share a room. You had an opportunity to see the photos. Their beds normally are close together, but conveniently on this night, they are separated. And Tyler's downstairs on the couch. And I made sure to ask the defendant yesterday, was it a pull-out couch? Was the couch open? You know, what was going on with the couch at the time that Tyler was killed? So not only did the defendant go in there and suffocate Tyler and stab Tyler's body, but the defendant, after he moved Tyler, took the time to put the couch back, put all the cushions back on the couch, make sure everything was all organized and put away. There was a stuffed animal sitting on the couch. It looked undisturbed. Now, then after all the children are dead, the defendant decides, with Megan, according to his statement, that he's going to kill Breezy. So they put a blanket down on the master bedroom bed. They call the dog up onto the bed, and the defendant grabs the dog's snout and suffocates the dog and kills the dog. The defendant then wraps the dog in a blanket, puts it in a dog bed under the nightstand. And it was at this point that the defendant does describe this plan, and Detective Miller specifically asks him, if you had everything so planned, if this was the plan and it had to happen, and this is what you were going to do for the afterlife, why didn't you know who was going to die first? Why was there a question as to who was going to die before Megan or the defendant? The defendant then tells law enforcement that Megan stabs herself, not once, but twice. And there's a bit of time between each stabbing where they're laying in bed hoping that Megan's going to bleed out and die. And the defendant is very detailed in describing everything that happened between each stabbing. The defendant says that Megan was getting aggravated because it wasn't working, She was chugging Benadryl, she was chugging wine, she was taking Tylenol PM, she was doing all of these things in an attempt to kill herself. And you heard from Dr. Nora yesterday that, actually 2 days ago, that none of those stab wounds were fatal. And ultimately, the defendant takes a pillow and puts it over Megan's head until she dies. Now, something that I want to point out to you about his testimony yesterday, because the defendant says yesterday that he came home, Megan said she killed the kids, he went and checked on each kid, and then Megan stabbed herself. And at some point, he's given her CPR. You heard from the medical examiner that the stab wounds weren't fatal. He jumps into CPR. He says the cell phones are hidden, but he doesn't call out for help. He doesn't try and get help. He describes the situation that he just comes home and all his children are dead. It's morning. And when I asked him specifically, well, did you go to a neighbor? Did you try and get help? He says, well, we live in a snowbird area, right? It was December. It was December. This would be prime time for everybody to be at their houses. It's the morning, it's unrealistic to believe that there was nobody there. And also, something that's very interesting about what the defendant told you yesterday is how he described Megan. When the defense was questioning the defendant was very emotional describing Megan. He was describing himself as a very loving and devoted husband. He would do anything for his wife. And it made him choke up as he's describing this to you. And he was very detailed, used a lot of adjectives. But you also got to see a different side of the defendant yesterday. The defendant did not shed one tear when I was talking to him. In fact, he was pretty angry with me. And I had him describe going into each child's room and finding his children dead, something that he did not talk about on direct examination. And he was just angry. And something else that I'll point out to you is he described himself as this loyal, I'll do anything, I'll take the blame for Megan man. But something very interesting that he said is Megan killed her kids. Megan killed her kids. Not our kids, not my kids, her kids. And something also about what he says, because he kind of changed his statement. And the judge is going to tell you, well, he did tell you, that you have to look at the defendant's statement yesterday, just like you would every other witness. You have to weigh what he said with the other evidence that you have in the case. You also have to weigh his statement within it. Is his statement consistent with the rest of what he's telling you? Is his statement consistent with the evidence? Is his statement consistent? Well, we know it's not consistent with what he told law enforcement, right? So some of the things that he told you yesterday, he told you when he first got home, Megan's shirt's covered in blood. What happened? He just came out of the bathroom. What happened? And he runs and he checks on Zoe, right? So Megan just told him, I killed our kids. This is why, because the afterlife, and she's trying to explain to him, and she's following him around because miraculously on this day, she was pain-free. Every other day of her life, she was in enough pain to kill herself and her children, but this day she was pain-free. So she's pain-free, running after him as he's checking on his children. He runs past Alex's room to Zoe's room because Zoe's his princess. That's what he said yesterday. He sees Zoe and goes to the bathroom, gets a washcloth to close her eyes. Meanwhile, he's been told his other 2 children are dead. He doesn't go from child to child to child. He takes the time, he goes to the bathroom, gets a washcloth, wets the washcloth. He tells you yesterday, well, I didn't have a chance to wet the washcloth between each one. Does that make sense to you? Something that's great about being a juror is you don't have to check your common sense at the door when you come in. You get to bring it back with you in deliberation, or you get to bring it in here. And the defendant says after all this, Megan's following him around and he tells her, I just want you to get help. I'll take the blame. I just want you to get help. Because he's got to explain why he told law enforcement he did it. So I'll take the blame. And then after she stabs herself and he tries CPR, then that's when he yells out the window, but nobody answers. The defendant sat in that house for over 3 weeks with his dead family. The defendant, although he denied it yesterday, told law enforcement he went to Sarasota after they died. He's going to Academy. He's going to Publix. He's going to CVS. He's going to Walgreens. He's going to all these places, using cash at all these places. He's checking the mail. He's pulling in packages. And his family he had moved them all to the same room. He put rosaries in all of their hands. He covered them all up with blankets. He's also putting a lot of plug-ins. There's candles in the trash. There's air purifiers that are stacked in this room. And he is living in this bedroom with his dead family. And he tells you, the whole time, I was just trying to get the courage to kill myself. He had the courage to kill his 4-year-old daughter. So he tries hanging, and you saw a picture of the ratchet strap. He tries zip ties that he tied around his neck, that he cut off, that he conveniently left out in the open. He tries BB guns. He tries Benadryl. He tries all these different ways to kill himself for 3 weeks. And he also takes the time to write a typed note to leave it in case, and you'll get it. You didn't get to read it in here, but you'll get a chance to read it when you deliberate because the note's in evidence, so you'll get a chance to look at it. And during his interview with law enforcement, he uses the word we throughout the interview. And something that he said yesterday is he's going to take the blame. He loves Megan. He's loyal to Megan. He's a loving husband, a loving father. He takes every opportunity to play with his kids because he doesn't know, when will be the last opportunity. He included Megan on everything he told law enforcement. It wasn't, I take the blame, she didn't do anything. They did it together, is what he tells law enforcement. He is the one that carried out the killings, but she's in the doorway encouraging him. There are a lot of things within his statement he said to me yesterday that are inconsistent. He describes in detail the fact that they had leftovers for dinner. The kids ate, but he didn't eat. He had a shake. He then, after dinner, gets in their family van and drives over to 211 Longview. realizes he forgets his tools, so he walks back to 202, plays basketball with his kids. He doesn't know, the sun's still up. He didn't tell me a time, sun's still up. He walks back with the bag of tools to 211, realizes his phone's about to die. So he sits in his van and charges his phone. But when I specifically asked him if he had a phone when he found out his family was dead, he said, well, I fell asleep in the van, but the van wasn't on, so the phone didn't charge, and I didn't know the phone didn't charge. When you plug a phone in, you know whether it's charging or not. And the defendant wants you to believe that he slept an entire night in this van with it off. So the defendant wakes up and he realizes he's late and he's got to get back because he doesn't want his wife to be mad because he's got to do these physical therapy moves on her to help her. So he rushes back, but he leaves the van there and walks back. And he goes in the house, and that's when he discovers all this thing. And something else that you can consider is whether the witness was straightforward in answering the attorney's questions. The defendant, I told you, we're here because the defendant wants control. The defendant tried to control everything yesterday, too. I would ask a question, the defendant would give an answer that he wanted to give, and then we would have, it's a yes or no question, and there was a lot of back and forth between both of us. The defendant was trying to ask me questions. He wants control. The state's burden, as the judge told you, is beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge told you that it's not a possible doubt, speculative doubt, imaginary forced doubt. It's a reasonable doubt. And we talked in jury instruction and jury selection that there's a difference between what's possible and what's reasonable, right? So how you can find a reasonable doubt, if there is one, I submit to you that there's not, is the evidence, a lack of evidence, or conflict in the evidence. The conflict in the evidence comes from what the defendant told you yesterday. Because obviously he gave one complete statement to law enforcement and a completely different statement to you in court yesterday. The two cannot be resolved. So you're going to have to decide which version you believe. I submit to you that what the defendant told law enforcement makes the most sense in this case. The defendant took the life of Zoe. He then went and took the life of Alec, then Tyler, then the family dog, and then ended with his wife. And now we're here. The state's confident that you're going to return verdicts in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. Can you get it? Please, court, counsel, members of the jury. Good morning, and thank you. Thank you for the sacrifice of your time. Thank you for the attention that you've paid throughout the course of this trial. You've sat through several days of testimony, several days of evidence, and now based off that evidence, the state is asking for a conviction. But not the defense. No, we're asking that you take all the evidence, all the testimony into consideration, and return a verdict that is based off that evidence, that's based off that testimony, a verdict of not guilty. You've heard a lot, you've seen a lot, but you also haven't heard a lot, and you also haven't seen a lot. There are holes, there are gaps, and there's reasonable doubt. Now, the things that you're left with here, the things that weren't done and what doesn't make sense, that gives rise to reasonable doubt. During jury selection last week, you heard that, and you've heard throughout the presentation of the case, and you have those jury instructions that Judge Carson was going over, that the state, because they're bringing these charges, they have the burden of proof. They have the burden to prove the case beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Now, that burden of proof not only applies to the case as a whole, but it applies to each of the charges that Mr. Todt sits here for today, for the deaths of each member of his family as well as the family dog. Now, members of the jury, the state hasn't met that burden. You've heard the evidence, you've heard the testimony, and the evidence and testimony that has been presented throughout the several days of testimony have not proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt to which a reason can be attached, and we have that here. Not in an insensitive sort of way, but in a way that's the truth. Now, the judge instructed you on the elements, and you have those instructions with you. Now, when it comes to a reasonable doubt, it can come from the evidence, a lack of evidence, or even a conflict in the evidence. And specifically, the definition for the reasonable doubt that's in the jury instructions is that it's not a mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. However, if after considering and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if it wavers and vacillates, then the charge has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and the state hasn't met their burden, so you would have to find Mr. Todt not guilty. Now, like I said, a reasonable doubt, it can come from the evidence, it can come from a lack of evidence, it can even come from the conflicts in the evidence. And I'm going to take time to kind of go through each of them and show you where I believe, or where the defense believes that there can be a reasonable doubt. Now, you've heard from several witnesses throughout the course of this trial, and you've heard from Mr. Todt as well. And in some regard, each of those witnesses in some way has some interest in this case. And that's one of the factors that you can look at in determining credibility. Now, we've heard from law enforcement, we've heard from medical personnel, we've heard from toxicologists and forensic technicians, those who are alleging the charges, who are part of the state, who are bringing the charges. Now, this case is ultimately a product of their work, their investigation, and their analysis. And they're asking for and seeking a conviction, but what they want and what the evidence has shown, they're two different things. The state hasn't met their burden throughout the days of testimony, and you've heard as well from Mr. Todt, both in the interview as well as in him testifying yesterday throughout the case. Now, you also heard when we talked about that Mr. Todt has the absolute right to remain silent. He has the right not to talk, not to testify, but he chose to do that. Now, in looking at the evidence, let's turn first to there. Now, one thing that the state said, and I'm going to agree with them, they said that the defense is going to harp on the medical examiner's report regarding the blood. And that's right, because that's one of the places that you can find a reasonable doubt in the evidence. So in terms of the medical examiner, Dr. Nara, now, Dr. Nara indicated that she did the autopsies for each of the members of the family, starting first with Zoe. And she indicated that in terms of all of the members of the family, there was that Benadryl. And that she couldn't identify or specify that it was or was not a cause of the death. She indicated that there was the homicidal violence of unspecified means that also was in connection with that Benadryl. Now, she wasn't able to determine if there was smothering or if there was a strangulation or anything of that nature in terms of each member of the family. So if the medical examiner can't rule out and give you the true cause of death, that goes towards reasonable doubt. Now, in terms of Alex, she also indicated that homicidal violence of unspecified means with the diphenhydramine, the Benadryl. In Tyler, she also indicated the same thing. And even in Megan. Now, in Megan, in addition to the dihydroxychloroquine, she also indicated that there were stab wounds. Now, in terms of Zoe, Alex, and Tyler, she indicated that while there were stab wounds, there was no hemorrhaging in the abdominal cavity, which means that the stab wounds were post-mortem. Now, in terms of Megan, there were the two wounds. They were about 8 inches deep and about 1/4 of an inch apart. Now, she indicated that there was hemorrhage inside of Megan's abdominal cavity and that there was clotted blood in the soft tissue. And she indicates that those indicate that the injuries were sustained while she was alive. Now, she also indicates that in terms of Megan, in addition to the Benadryl, that there also was some ethanol, some alcohol potential. Now, Dr. Nara, when she initially was doing the autopsies, Detective Cross told her that this was a case of strangulation. And in doing her medical exam and in doing that external exam as well as that internal exam, she wasn't able to confirm that, and she wasn't able to deny that. Now, she talked somewhat about kind of Benadryl and kind of how it worked a little bit. But she also talked about the incisions. She talked about the Y and the L incision and how, specifically in Megan, being that stab wound did occur before death, typically the incision wouldn't be straight like what we had in this case, if the person was moving or if there was a hesitation. There was none of that in this case. She can't say who did this cause a stab wound, but she also did testify that if a person moved, that would cause that L or potentially that Y incision. And we didn't have that in this case. Now, Dr. Nara also talked about some of the things that she collected and ultimately ends up sending off to toxicology because of not being, basically toxicology request, hey, there was no blood. These are some things that we can use to determine levels and things of that nature. So she collected those samples from the brain, the liver, and chest fluid if it was available in terms of each of the members of the family. Now, the Benadryl, the toxicity of that, she indicates that it was homicidal violence, but she also defines what homicidal violence means. It just means the act of another person. And she specifically indicated that homicidal violence does not mean premeditation. Now, in terms of the examination following that, basically the toxicologist that was done, Dr. Nara did indicate that there was some strangulation and asphyxiation as well. And she was told about this possible suicide note as suicide pact. Now, Dr. Nara did tell you that Benadryl, it can be toxic. Yes, it's an over-the-counter medication. It can be used for sleeping and for itching. But if it's taken as prescribed, there are no toxic effects. However, if it's taken in higher doses, it can cause cardiac issues, especially in children. It can cause, it can in some cases also cause death. Now, she's been involved in about 12 other Benadryl autopsies where those were suicide cases. But while she said it's rare, because people typically might choose other drugs or narcotics, Benadryl could be used to not only commit suicide or cause overdoses. Now, she did consider strangulation because in strangulation cases, it will cause possibly the heart to stop. But she wasn't able to rule out strangulation due to the decomposition. Now, the depth of the knife wound, she also indicated, was very important because specifically a Y wound for a knife would indicate a thrusting, whereas an L wound for a knife indicates that the person being stabbed or the person doing the stabbing, if they're stabbing themselves, moved the knife. We had neither a Y incision or an L incision here. Now, Dr. Nara also talked about how the brain can be a good source of information. And specifically in terms of Megan's brain, there was that ethanol, which she believes means that there was some alcohol consumption before death. Now, the knife wound on Megan, she couldn't tell, like I mentioned, if it was self-inflicted or not. But she did indicate that with a knife wound for a potential suicide or stabbing, she looks to see the location to make sure it's something that they can inflict themselves. And in this case, we have an two abdominal wounds that are about 3/4 of an inch apart. Now, there was no trauma. And if there was trauma, that would be something she would look for because she indicated that trauma would be indicative of if there were signs of a struggle. There was none of that here. She also looks potentially for injuries to the mouth because if there was injuries to the mouth, then she might have done an exam or something to the mouth to look for that. In this case, nothing, no injuries were observed to the mouth, so she didn't cut into the mouth to look for it, which could have been caused by punching or being smothered with a pillow. None of that was observed here. Now, based off of the medical exam that was conducted by Dr. Nara, she also collected those samples that she sent to the Stewart Laboratory, where Ms. Carswell, the forensic medical technologist or toxicologist, conducted the toxicology, drug, and alcohol testing. Now, the specimens she received all came from the medical examiner's office. There were the brain tissue, the chest fluids were available, as well as the liver tissue. Now, she told us some various different numbers in terms of milliliters per kilogram and things like that. But the most important thing was that the dihydroaminophene, was found in each of the kids. It was found in Zoe, it was found in Alec, it was found in Tyler, as well as in Megan. Now, based off of this, as well as in Megan, there was also that ethanol level. And basically, while they do these toxicology tests, these are things that FDLE could have potentially done as well, because FDLE does have some alcohol testing and some other things, which many other things went to FDLE, because we heard from FDLE analyst, Mr. Conklin. Now, there was no heavy metal testing and there was nothing else that was done, because Ms. Carswell was acting essentially at the direction of Dr. Nara. And Dr. Nara was getting her information from Detective Miller, who was getting his information from Mr. Todt. Now, we also heard from Dr. Stern, who was the veterinarian, and he talked about the necropsy, or now the medical change is changing to autopsy as well for animals, to the autopsy that he conducted on the canine. Now, he indicated that the canine was severely decomposed, but he also indicated that there was a dental disease and a collapsing of the trachea within the canine, within Breezy, that was found. And Dr. Stern couldn't tell you how Breezy died. He couldn't indicate a strangulation. He couldn't indicate a suffocation. And while there was a wound, he can't say that that wound was a stab wound. Based off the position in which Breezy was found, he indicated, because of her being upside down, that could have easily been just the cause of decompensation. We also heard from the forensic toxicologist, Dr. Goldberger. Now, he deals with this Benadryl toxicity on a regular basis. Essentially, his whole practice at University of Florida and the autopsy that he does is specifically on Benadryl toxicity. Now, he looks at toxicity, he looks at overdose, he looks as well at fatality. Now, in each of the brain and the liver tissues that were tested, it was found to be present. We heard that from Dr. Nair, we heard that from Ms. Carswell as well, and then we also heard it from Dr. Goldberger. Now, in his examination, this is what he does primarily on a day-to-day basis, like he said, pretty much all day, every day, whether it's doing research or doing actual testing, he's dealing with Benadryl toxicity all day, every day. And he has been for several years. Now, he indicated that he can't say that it was or that it wasn't the toxicological cause of death. He indicates that the levels were remarkable, which means that they weren't insignificant, they weren't incidental. There's something to note, there's something to look for. They were remarkable, which indicates it's a higher level, it's abnormal, it's not a normal amount. Now, there was a finding of toxicity in each of the kids as well as in Megan. Now, we have the medical examiner who can't say that strangulation or suffocation was or wasn't the cause of death. We have Dr. Goldberger who can't say that Benadryl was or wasn't a cause of death. So while we have an unnatural death, we can't even say what caused the death. So yes, the state is right. The defense is going to focus on that because that gives rise to reasonable doubt. That means they haven't proven the case beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Now, even in terms of Breezy, I know we don't necessarily have Benadryl levels or anything like that in terms of her, but that's still something that you can look at. Dr. Stern, the veterinarian, can't say what the cause of her death was either. Now, we also heard from several different law enforcement officers who arrived to the scene following well-being checks and things of that nature. Now, specifically on the day in which they made contact with Mr. Todt, they indicated that they didn't knock on the door, they just walked in. And when they walk in, they see him at the top of the stairs. And he's shaking, mumbling, incoherent, kind of stumbling as he makes his way down the stairs to ultimately talk to them for several minutes. He says he thinks Megan's upstairs sleeping and things like that. Now, he sits on the bottom stair, which is an interesting point because he sits on this bottom stair, and we saw that in the body cam video. But then later, the forensic technician, Ms. Seda, does a walkthrough of the house and finds evidence, specifically finds a receipt on this same bottom stair where Mr. Todt sat for a minute or two and talked to these various officers before he was taken away to the hospital and everything. We also heard in addition from these various officers who initially observed Mr. Todt at the time that they arrived to that house on the 13th and made contact with him before the bodies were ultimately discovered. They were the ones who initially saw him, who interacted with him, who were able to talk about the shakiness, the incoherentness, the way in which he was talking and mumbling and not really making sense. And after that, we also heard, like I mentioned, Ms. Seda. We heard from the forensic technician. Now, Ms. Seda responded, and she was the primary technician at the case in there. She did most of her initial processing on the 13th, but she did end up coming back on the 15th to do additional processing at the direction of Detective Miller based on his interview with Mr. Todt to look for other items of evidentiary value. Now, Ms. Seda, she indicates that she did that initial walkthrough of the house, but when she got there, there were numerous law enforcement. She wasn't really sure exactly how many, but there were several law enforcement that were on scene. They did a walkthrough with her, and they were to point out anything of importance or anything that maybe for her to focus on. They pointed out nothing, including the receipt that was supposed to be on this bottom step of the stairs where Mr. Todt sat and talked to the men. Nobody pointed it out. Nobody saw it, but we walked by it. Now, Ms. Seda did various processing. There were photos entered into evidence that what she photographed and processed. Now, she indicated that she photographed a lot and she processed a lot. Now, she initially began the documentation with the exterior of the home and then makes her way into the home. She indicates that the downstairs area of the house, clean, orderly, no issues, doesn't seem disturbed at all. She talks about the kitchen being clean and minus the trash that she collects from the kitchen trash can, as well as that downstairs bathroom in the downstairs area of the home. She talks about seeing some wine bottles and things like that were photographed, but not ultimately processed or collected. And remember that Megan, that she had alcohol in her system. So there was no testing done on this bottle to indicate, was there something inside of it? Was there not? Whose fingerprints are on the bottle? Because we later hear from Mr. Conklin a lot about fingerprints that came back to Anthony, to Mr. Todt. Now, Ms. Seda does the initial documentation of downstairs, and then she makes her way upstairs. And then upstairs, she photographs and documents as well up there. Now, in the downstairs bathroom, before she gets upstairs, she notes that basically these Glade air freshener type plugins that are in that downstairs bathroom. Now, in terms of going upstairs, she photographs kind of the railing on the way up, and we see Benadryl bottle there and a phone. And throughout the time of her collecting, she sees adult Benadryl, children's Benadryl, liquid Benadryl, Benadryl tablets or pills, and even some wall drill ultimately outside. Now, she can't really say, she thinks it was about 8 bottles total that she ends up collecting total of Benadryl. Now, the knife, and she collects various items. She talks about like 2 knives that she collects, the 2 BB guns, the knife sheath, I want to call it a ratchet strap, but the strap that she collected, and some other items. The house was fully processed. The entire home was fully processed. She talked about a lot of things that she collected, but we didn't see necessarily everything that she collected, because she also mentioned collecting some journals and some notebooks and things like that as well. She indicated that she also processed the ottoman, the note that was on the ottoman, the suicide note that the state was talking about earlier, and she was able to get prints off of that. Now, we didn't hear any testimony about any prints or whose prints were actually on this note or anything like that throughout the course of the testimony from Mr. Conklin or Ms. Seda, who was the one who kind of compared the prints and did the lift card. Ms. Seda was the only forensic technician that went to the Longview Avenue address. And that was after she left the reserve place. So the reserve place is where Mr. Todt was initially, and then they go to the Longview address. She processes that area as well. She did another walkthrough with law enforcement. There was nothing really particular found at that location, no Benadryl or anything like that. They talk about collecting the van, processing the van, all of that. But there was no print collections that were done for the van. But on the 15th, like I mentioned in the beginning, she kind of goes back to the reserve place, to the main home, based off of the directions of Detective Miller. And at this point, the main focus is on the master bedroom. And at this point, based off of the interview, the detective is like, hey, look for these zip ties, look for this knife, look for, the red strap, these different things. Look for these BB guns, things like that. Now, we hear a lot about things that were collected, and the detective makes a point of pointing out and asking Mr. Todt, like, where did you get this from? Where did you get that from? What's the passcode for this? Which device were you using to search for it? Of evidence. We hear him ask him all these questions, but we don't hear anything that Detective Miller does with this information. We don't see any phone searches. We don't see any Google searches. We don't see anything. The state talks about premeditation, how he planned this, but there's been no evidence or documentation to prove it. If we're going based on the fact that Mr. Todt said that they researched it all this time, Detective Miller is asking him, well, what's the passcode? Well, what device was used? Did you use this phone? Where did you find this at? When did you go do this? We see nothing to back up any work that Detective Miller did to corroborate this information. Detective Miller took Mr. Todt at his word and decided, hey, my job is done. But deciding that your job is done doesn't mean that the state has proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. What was done and what wasn't done gives rise to reasonable doubt. The blood on the knife, I think it was the black and green, the buck knife. The blood on the knife was collected, but I don't believe they indicated it was tested. And the state talks about, they made a point of pointing out this bleach bottle. Ms. Seda said there was no indication to indicate that the bleach bottle was used, that no cleanup was attempted to be done, or anything like that. The state also indicated once again that the downstairs area was clean. There was no blood on the stairs leading upstairs. There was no blood downstairs in that library nook room. There was nothing down there. Now, Ms. Melendez, another forensic technician with Osceola, she went to the hospital on the 15th and she took photographs of Mr. Todt. She took photographs of various injuries. You were able to see the photograph of him.
Yeah, come on.
Analysts who kind of took all the DNA that was collected by either Ms. Seda, Ms. Melendez, or the fingerprint cards that Ms. West collected, and he did the comparison of those. Now, Mr. Conklin indicated that the swabs were collected from both of the knives, and basically the swabs on the handle were consistent with being from at least three donors, at least one of which was male. Because of the fact that he had basically full profiles, those fingerprints for each member of the family, he was able to indicate that each and every one of the members of the family touched the knife that was found in their house. But he can't say when the DNA got there, how the DNA got there, how long it's been there. We hear about the fingerprints that were collected from the knife and the different items, but we don't hear anything about any DNA. We know that Zoe, Megan, and Alec, as well as Tyler, were all stabbed. The only wound that was anti-mortem, i.e. before death, was Megan, because she's the only one that had the blood in the cavity that would indicate she was stabbed before. We've heard no testimony about any of the blood on the knife being hers. We've had no testimony of the blood on the knife being any of the other children. Now, we've kind of gone through a rough overview, and I know throughout the course of trial, you guys were taking notes as well, so you have that to rely on as well. So we've gone through a general bulk of most of the evidence. Now, let's turn to the lack of evidence, and I've kind of pointed out some of that as well. We have these photographs of these receipts and these things. And while the state doesn't have to put forth a specific amount of evidence, we haven't seen anything that was substantiated, like I was saying with Detective Miller. He's asking all these things about, when did you do this? How long have you been doing this? For the state to try to tie it to premeditation. But we've seen nothing that would substantiate premeditation. There was a lack of evidence in terms of any disturbance from downstairs. There's no blood downstairs. There's no disturbance. The state made sure to point out that that room was neat and in order. But according to Mr. Todt's interview with law enforcement, he supposedly carried Tyler from downstairs. And according to him, Tyler is the quick one, so he had to be quick with the movement, and there was blood everywhere. But there's no blood in that room. There's no blood trailing up the stairs. There's no blood anywhere in the home except the master bedroom. And really, there's no blood technically anywhere, because the medical examiners indicated like basically all the blood had left. There was no blood in the body. So the only bedroom that has blood potentially is the master bedroom. There's no blood on the stairs, no blood in that library room. So how, if you believe Mr. Todt's statement, how was he able to stab Tyler, the quick one, and he indicated in his statement that there was all this blood, and carry him upstairs little by little over his shoulder with no blood dripping from that room through the stairs, up the stairs, ultimately into this master bedroom? That lack of evidence and that conflict in the evidence doesn't make sense. The state wants you to believe Mr. Todt's statement that he gave to law enforcement on the 15th after being released from the hospital. And they don't want you to believe what he told you about yesterday when he testified. Now, in terms of statements, there are, in the jury instructions that you have, some things that I want to point out. First, in terms of, like I was talking about, the premeditation, it has to be a conscious decision to do so and must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So the state is using all this, and Detective Miller's using all this. You've been planning this for all this time to go towards premeditation, but there's nothing to really substantiate the premeditation. Specifically, the state has to prove that Mr. Todt was the one that did these things. We've heard his testimony, and we've heard the testimony both in terms of his interview as well as yesterday about how basically it was Megan. It was Megan's idea, and as the man, as the father of the house, he's essentially taking responsibility for it. But taking responsibility for it doesn't mean he was the one that committed the act, and doesn't mean he was the one that did it. Just because he's taken responsibility supposedly after the fact doesn't change the person who committed the acts in the beginning. Now, in Mr. Todt's statements, he talks about stabbing each of his kids. His statement is that each and every one of these occurred before the suffocation, before the death. His testimony and statement to law enforcement was that there was a stabbing prior, and then there was either suffocation or strangling after that. So essentially, stab, suffocate, strangle, death. But that doesn't coincide with what the medical examiner said. The medical examiner said that each of those stab wounds occurred after death, or there would have been blood in the cavity. So the state is essentially having you pick and choose when they want you to believe the defendant's statements and when they don't want you to believe the statements. They want you to believe that he did it, but don't believe the way he said he did it because it contradicts the actual physical evidence from the medical examiner, from the toxicologist, and from Dr. Goldberg as well. Now, the lack of evidence and conflicts in the evidence, like I said, they kind of go together. Now, in terms of the weighing the evidence, or sorry, let me go first to defendant's statements, because the state is essentially, like I said, pick and choosing when they want you to believe what Mr. Todt says and when they don't. Specifically, that instruction says, a statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowing, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to whether, when the defendant made the statement, he'd been threatened in order to make it, and whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Now, you're supposed to consider his statement, and you make that determination from the evidence. So while his statement of he did it helps the state's evidence, his statement of how he supposedly did it completely contradicts the physical evidence that we have in this case. What we have is Mr. Todt taking responsibility and saying that he did it after the fact, not before and not during. After all of it was done, after his family is now deceased, he's now taking responsibility to protect Megan, to protect the family, even in death. The state can't pick and choose when they want you to believe his statement. Believe that he did it, but don't believe the way in which he said it did it, because it contradicts the actual evidence. Now, the state talked about how Mr. Todt was upset and crying during direct examination, but when she questioned him, he lost all tears. When she questioned him and was telling him, give me a yes or no, when he asked, can I explain? When she's questioning him and telling him, I want a yes or no. When she's questioning him and cutting him off when he's trying to answer the question and explain. He told you he's waited 2 years to be able to tell his story and to be able to talk. And now she's cutting him off and not allowing him to do so when he's trying to answer the question. He even asked sometimes, like, do you want a yes or a no, or can I explain? And she picked and chose when she was willing to let him explain and when she wanted a yes or no. Just like she wants to pick and choose when she wants you to believe his statement. Now, we've talked about the evidence, we've talked about the lack of evidence, we've talked about the conflicts in the evidence. And there is the credibility factor that you're allowed to look at and that you should look at, because like the state said, you don't leave your common sense at that door when you go back. You have to decide if the evidence, and that evidence is the physical evidence, the testimony, the photos, the witnesses, if that agrees with the other evidence. Now, when it comes to reasonable doubt, like I said, it can come from the evidence, it can come from a lack of evidence, it can come from a conflict in the evidence. It really only takes one. But members of the jury, it's your job to decide what evidence is reliable. You get to use your common sense. And one of the things that you should consider in weighing the evidence and determining the credibility of the witnesses and the testimony is, does the testimony agree with the other testimony and that other evidence? Mr. Todt's statement does not agree with the evidence of the medical examiner. It does not agree with the evidence of the toxicologist. It does not agree with the evidence of the forensic personnel. Now, in terms of Mr. Todt's testimony, both in the form of his statement and the form of his testimony that we've heard in court, there was contradictions. He explained yesterday why he took responsibility, why he said it, he kind of explained the progression of him and Megan's relationship from the meeting through marriage, through kids, and the various ups and downs they've kind of gone through. Now, does that evidence and testimony agree with the evidence and testimony that was presented from Dr. Nair, from Ms. Carswell, from Dr. Stern, from Dr. Goldberger? It doesn't. The state is required to prove each and every element of the crime charge beyond a reasonable doubt. That's something that we submit to you they haven't been able to do. They want you to take Mr. Todt's statement at face value at the I did it, to just believe what he's saying. But don't forget that instruction that we went through about what you really are supposed to look at when considering a statement. The evidence, the proof, and the testimony presented here throughout the course of the trial has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Todt was the one that did these things. And there was also the instruction that was given about principle, essentially where the state's saying that if Mr. Todt was acting with Megan or at her direction, that he still can be convicted. But his testimony is that Megan did it all. He wasn't acting at her direction. He wasn't acting with her or in concert with her. He came home to his kids being dead. His wife was alive, but essentially dying. She stabbed herself in front of him and everything. The evidence and testimony has not been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Todt was the one that did these things. The evidence and testimony shows that, okay, the DNA on the knife handle was everyone in the houses. But the blood on the knife, we don't know who it belongs to. It could have been Zoe, it could have been Tyler, it could have been Alex, it could have been Megan. That's all reasonable doubt. If it could have been, that means the state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what you have, and I submit to you that based off of what's been presented, you won't have an abiding conviction and guilt. Yes, I understand that it might not be convenient to say it was Megan because she's not here to tell the story or anything. But to come home and to find your kids and to have to watch your wife kill herself in front of you is also not an easy thing to have to do. And it's because of this that we ask you to return the only verdict which speaks to the evidence, which speaks to the testimony that has been presented throughout the course of the testimony, a verdict finding Mr. Todt not guilty. Now, members of the jury, when I sit down The state's going to get back up here because they have the burden of proof, so they get the last word. And while listening to them, think to yourself, because I don't get a chance to get back up here and to counter any of it, what will Ms. Smith say to that? What will Ms. Smith tell me to think about in terms of that? For each and everything the state's going to get up here and attempt to convince you of, think to yourself, what would defense say? What will Ms. Smith say to that? The state hasn't met their burden. They won't be able to fit the actual facts into the testimony and evidence presented here today. They won't be able to fit Mr. Todt's actual statements into what the true evidence in the testimony that was presented was throughout this case. And I submit to you, members of the jury, that they won't be able to fit the facts into the elements, which is why you must return the only verdict which speaks to the evidence and the testimony that has been presented over the course of the trial. A verdict of not guilty in terms of the murder of Zoe Todt, a verdict of not guilty in terms of the murder of Tyler Todt, a verdict of not guilty of the murder in terms of Megan Todt, a verdict of not guilty in terms of Alexander Todt, and a verdict of not guilty of animal cruelty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Something that the defense did tell you that I agree with is when you're weighing the evidence, you have to look at who has an interest in the case. The defendant has the greatest interest in how this case is decided. The defense brought up the fact that you can find reasonable doubt because the medical examiner and the toxicologist and everybody can't agree as to a cause of death, but that's not the testimony that came out for you yesterday. 2 days ago. The medical examiner told you that the cause of death was for each one of the kids and for Megan was homicidal violence by unspecified means with diphenhydramine toxicity. Dr. Goldberger told you that due to the decomp of the bodies, that it's hard to say because of the type of tissue that was left, whether it's the toxicological cause of death. Dr. Nora told you that she tried to look for signs of suffocation, these injuries that she would expect to see, but the state of the bodies is what has prevented her from doing that. You know why? Because the defendant kept them in the house for over 3 weeks as they slowly decomposed while he was there. That's what caused the medical examiner not to be able to look for those injuries. That's what caused the medical examiner not to be able to rule out all the potential causes of death. But she told you that the cause of death for Zoe, the 4-year-old, was homicidal violence by unspecified means. Tyler, who was 10 at the time of his death, same thing. Alec, 13, same thing. Megan, same thing. The vet, Dr. Stern, told you that the dog didn't die from natural causes, but again, they couldn't rule out suffocation because of the state of the body of the dog. Defendant wanted control. This defense also talked to you a lot about premeditation and how the state hasn't proven premeditation, but one thing that you need to understand about premeditation, that premeditation can be formed in an instant. When you look at your arm and there's a mosquito on your arm and you decide to go like this, that's premeditation. You could have went like this or you could have went like that. Premeditation doesn't have to be what you see in the TVs where it's this elaborate plan. Although we have that here. The defendant told you that he's been planning this and looking at all of these videos since before Halloween. Now, the fact that you don't have the evidence of, well, this is the defendant's phone, he went and looked at this website, and this is Megan's phone, she went, look at what you have. You have the children all positioned in the master bedroom. You have Megan in the master bedroom, you have the dog in the master bedroom, you have this altar in the master bedroom. You have rosaries in each one of their hands. And you know who's alive in the house? The defendant. is no reasonable doubt in this case. The defendant's statement to law enforcement, yes, you have to decide whether it's freely and voluntarily and knowingly made. You have to make that decision. But there's absolutely no evidence that the defendant was threatened or forced to make any statement to law enforcement. In fact, the defendant is eager. He tells Detective Miller, hold on. I want to make sure that I get this right. I did it. Just get this over with. There is no reason not to consider the defendant's statement. The fact that Dr. Nora testified that she didn't find blood in the abdominal cavity of Alec or Tyler, I want you to also think there was no blood, liquid blood in either anybody's body because of the state that they were in. What we do know is that those wounds did not nick any major organ. What we do know is that the defendant told you how they died.
Right with you.
Thank you.
He said for Alec, he was behind Alec and reached his hand around and until Alec died. And he said that he had to put a pillow between the back of Alec's head and his face so that Alec didn't headbutt him. You heard him describe how Tyler died and how they had to be quick so that Tyler didn't warn the neighbors that apparently weren't there as of yesterday. So Tyler didn't warn the neighbors because he was fast and they were afraid he was going to get away. There is no reasonable doubt in this case. And the state's confident that you're going to convict the defendant for the crimes that he committed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research.
'17 CF 5844. I believe they've gone down to get our jury, which means that my group is a good group because
Defense, is there anything we need to talk about before returning the jury?
No, sir, we're ready for the verdicts.
Thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
Yeah.
This shouldn't take much longer.
Yeah, we'll try to speed this up.
All rise to the jury.
You may be seated. Thank you. Does the defense recognize the presence of the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Does the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the court has been made aware that the jury has reached a verdict. Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? If you'll please give those forms of verdict to the court deputy. The defendant will please rise. Madam Clerk, if you would please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in and for Osceola County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 149. State of Florida versus Anthony John Todt. Verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict as to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict as to count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict as to count 4. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict as to count 5. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of cruelty to animals. So say we all, dated at Kissimmee, Osceola, Florida, Osceola County, Florida, on the 14th of April, 2020.
You may be seated. Does either side wish for the jury to be polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, if you would please poll the jury by juror number.
Juror number 78, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 75, are these your verdicts?
Mr. Todt, a jury has unanimously determined, after being selected from our community with your participation, that you are guilty of murdering your wife, Megan Todt, of murdering your daughter, Zoe Todt, murdering your son, Alexander Todt, of murdering your son, Tyler Todt, and murdering the family dog. State, you anticipate a sentencing hearing wherein the family will be allowed to give a statement.
Your Honor, I know that Ms. Coxwell is here from Connecticut.
Are there any additional family members that wish to give a statement? All right, thank you. Defense, is Mr. Todt entitled to a pre-sentence investigation?
He would be, Judge, but given the circumstances and the only punishments allowed by these verdicts, we think that that's not necessary.
Thank you. Court is going to take a 10-minute recess to allow the parties to prepare any statements prior to sentencing. Sentencing will commence approximately. Parties to prepare.
I think he's thinking about his life in prison and what it's going to be like. It's going to kind of suck, Tony. Just so you know, you fuck.
Case of the State of Florida versus Anthony John Todt, 2020 CF 149, based on the jury's unanimous verdict as to all counts. The court will now proceed to sentencing. Does the state wish to present any testimony from the surviving victim's family.
Yes, Your Honor, they will call Cynthia.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't think she
Okay.
sworn for this portion.
Thank you, Judge, for hearing me. My name is Cynthia Kopko. I am Megan's aunt and godmother to all her children, Alexander, Tyler Bear, that's what I called him, and Princess Zoe and Breezy. I just want to say that Megan lived her life. She had lots of empathy for everyone. Thank you. Lots of empathy for everyone. She had a giving heart. If her neighbors were sick, she would make them soup and bring it over. The kids were very, very talented. They played the piano. They would go, for years, they would go to convalescent homes and play recitals for them on special holidays. And they were in a lot of musical staged things. And when Alec wanted to learn how to play the violin, as they were learning, and Tyler Bear wanted to learn to play the folk guitar, they would still bring those instruments and play them for the people in the convalescent homes while they were learning them after their piano playing. They were very much, I had so many neighbors in the condo tell me how wonderful the boys were and Megan was, and how the boys would babysit and walk their dogs when they were away. And they trusted them fully. Megan and the dog and the children would go on for several walks. And she was very much involved in the academy school that the children went to, and did lots and lots. She was a physical therapist too, and did lots of projects and how all the fingers work with the tendons. And she had made strings so they could see how our hands move for a learning experience. And, you know, I got them a microscope because I'm a nurse, so they could see different things in the microscope. They were just fun loving. And all the children, I just have to say something about the communities that were affected. All the children in celebration that they played with, they had a beautiful basketball hoop, which was donated to the children. And they're going to make a little monument thing out of it. The children would ask their fathers, "Are you going to kill me at some time? Do you think you're going to kill me?" Because the children were, Megan's kids were just so fun-loving and giving and loved all their friends and they came to the house. They did all kinds of things together. Went in the little playground areas and climbed things and slid and played games. And that's a lot of trauma for a child to ask their father, "Are you going to kill me too?" So they have to deal with those things now, that community. He crushed my parents. To the children, my mother was the great-grandmother. And they just loved going over there. My mom is 95 years old. And, you know, we watched them grow up, and my father is 97. He has PTSD from World War II. Love the kids. They would take Megan and Tony on vacations, just like family is family. But for a horrific tragedy like this to happen is a nightmare. It's been 2.5 years. I used to take Megan and the kids all on different vacations to Disneyland, and each child, each year, got to pick where they wanted to go, and we would go. We'd pack up and everything. Tony crushed his whole family by doing this. everybody was mortified. We had a tough time dealing with it. I guess pretty much that's about it. But Megan was the gentlest person. She wouldn't even kill a bug, and she was just so kind, full of empathy. And I had warned Megan many times when we used to have things called girlfriend days, where it would be my mother, Megan, myself, and the kids, and we would say, we're going out for the day and we're gonna get shoes for all the kids and we'll have lunch. But Megan would get called and she goes, oh, that's Tony. And I said, don't worry about it. We're in the middle of a conversation. 5 minutes later, he would call back again. And she said, oh my gosh. And then she would decline. And then he called me over and over just to get a hold of us to see what we were doing, where we were. And I picked up my phone and I said, stop harassing us. We're having a girlfriend day. You'll be the first to know if we're having any trouble. You'll be the first one we call, so that we could enjoy our day. And April of 2019, I had a talk with Megan because Tony had put on tremendous amount of weight over, a short period of time. And I said, Megan, I'm worried about Tony because he's put on so much weight. I would love to offer him to get ultrasounds of his carotids to make sure there's no blockage, and also of his heart and the coronary arteries to make sure there's not plaque or anything. And he always complained about his legs hurting. So I said, perhaps maybe he has a aortic aneurysm, which is like a weakening of the wall. Maybe he's not getting enough blood circulation. When he would sit down, he would just totally fall asleep. I hope I'm not boring you. But we loved Megan and the kids very, very much. And all I have is pictures and memories like hold in my heart. And my parents miss them, and his parents miss them, and our families miss them very, very much. That's it, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb.
Thank you for listening to me.
Any additional survivor family statements? Does the defense care to give any statements prior to sentencing?
Do you want to address the court? You want to address the court? Shall we come to the lectern?
He can address the court from counsel table.
You can just move the mic closer.
He's welcome to stand.
This was a personal catastrophe in everybody's life in my family, including myself. I maintain my innocence. I provided for my wife, did everything I could for my wife. She was progressively sick over the years. There were days which were worse, days which were better. She was kept on a pedestal from me. My kids I did everything for them. The weight gain, Ms. Kopko has said, was because I negated myself. 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night because I would be treating my wife, doing for my wife, flying back and forth. I appreciated her medical concerns. And the reason why I would call so much is because Megan would have bad days. And I just needed to know she was okay. It wasn't a control factor. It wasn't any kind of scoping things out or whatnot. It was my fear that my fear that something was wrong with her. And I just needed to hear her voice, making sure she was okay. I loved my wife. I loved my children. I was not there the night my children died. The kids and my wife woke up. Sorry. The Friday before all this happened, we got in a disagreement, and I begged her to go get help because she screamed at my son because he didn't do the pot, clean the pot. He let it soak per my instructions. This has been a progressive history since the miscarriage, her anger issues, her frustration issues, and it was directed mostly at me. And I took it. It's okay, because she held me partly responsible for getting her sick initially because I insisted she went to the hospital. I told her after she finally decided to schedule a doctor's appointment on the Thursday after Thanksgiving, she canceled it. I found that out the night before. When she screamed at Tyler, the Friday the 13th, I told her that she has to the end of the month to see a doctor because she went to the alternative and spiritual and all this other route. Or I would get her aunt and my sister involved. After that, she once again held it quiet in public. Okay? She was very good at keeping it from the public. We went to the recital that they did for the convalescent home on the 13th. I was walking on eggshells. I don't like upsetting my wife. My wife was primary and foremost in my life, especially after she got sick. Finally, whatever day it was, and I apologize, I do not have the days because I was on a winter break. I went up to her one night and said, listen, I haven't treated you in a couple days. Just allow me to treat you. Allow me to work on you. And I tried a couple different techniques. As I was working, she was worried about me not loving her anymore. And I told her, no, the footprints. Remember the footprints poem? Sometimes you don't think I'm there, but I'm the one carrying you. I will do whatever you need to get ready. That's why I've supported you. She knew I didn't believe in this light and this other religion that she went into. But I supported her because that's what a husband does. Everybody has a freedom to choose their own religions. Everybody has a freedom to choose their own acts. She fell asleep, very rested comfortably. I couldn't sleep. I went downstairs. Okay?
Judge Carson doesn't have the authority to overturn the jury's
No, I understand,
verdict.
but I need to let him know that everything was okay when she woke up the next morning. I kept the kids out there to keep outside to keep her nice and stress-free. That's the only reason I left to go to the condo that night, because everything was good and there was an opportunity to get things done. As Ms. Kopko said, I fell asleep at a drop of a hat. I have this weight off my shoulders that my wife was feeling great. I went to charge the phone, and I fell asleep. I woke up afraid to be on eggshells or the doghouse again because we just reconciled. I ran back because I could not get the car started. It turns out my seat was too far back. And after that, everything happened. And I lived nothing but a nightmare. Every single suicide attempt, every single nightmare would come out. I relived every nightmare, would wake up and would see, I was like, oh, that's a nightmare. Would see my family dead. I progressively tried to kill myself over and over and over again because I wanted to be with them. This altar they speak of was a homeschooling project from the week prior. That's all that was. There was no religious seance or anything whatsoever. It was nothing but a homeschooling project that made my wife happy because we were talking about Egyptian pharaoh and pyramids. That's all we were talking about and what they bring in the afterlife.
This is not helping you from this progress on, so I encourage you to.
I'm sorry. I love my wife. I love my kids. They were first and foremost in my life. I did not do this. I provided for my wife, provided for my kids, did everything I could. I understand the jury came back. I understand evidence wasn't heard. I don't remember that time, from the time I fell down the stairs to the time I woke up in the jail. I love my kids. I love my kids every day. It's only recently that I just stopped crying myself to sleep. My kids and my wife were everything to me. They were the center of my universe. When I came home, I was shattered. I appreciate you listening to me, sir, and I know you're in your situation. I did not do this. Thank you for listening to me, sir.
Any additional witness or testimony?
No, sir, Judge First.
Thank you. Court has been present during the presentation of evidence throughout the entirety of the trial. A jury has unanimously determined, after listening to the evidence presented, that you, Anthony John Todt, are a destroyer of worlds, that you destroyed the world of your 4-year-old daughter, Zoe Elizabeth Todt, that you destroyed the world of your 10-year-old son, Tyler John Todt, that you destroyed the world of your 13-year-old son, Alexander John Todt, that you destroyed the world of your wife, Megan Denise Todt. The jury has unanimously determined that you murdered each of them with premeditation based on the evidence presented in this room. As to count 1, first-degree murder of Zoe Elizabeth Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count 2, for the premeditated murder of your son, Alexander John Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count 3, for the premeditated murder of your son, Tyler John Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison. As to count 4, for the premeditated murder of your wife, Megan Denise Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison. Now, one of those lives was less valuable than the others. Those sentences will be imposed consecutively. You will be adjudicated guilty as to each count. For the murder of the family dog, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to the maximum sentence consecutive, which is 1 year in the county jail. You will get credit for any time that you have already served. Madam Clerk?
819 days.
Any costs will be reduced to judgment. The court will order restitution, reserve as to amount pursuant to statute. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal this judgment and sentence. If you wish to do so, you must do it in writing. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You'll be transferred to the Department of Corrections to serve your sentence. Anything further, State? Anything further, defense, at this time?
No, Your Honor.
That will conclude the trial and sentencing process. State of Florida versus Anthony John Todt has concluded.
And there it is, forever and ever. Bye bye, Tony, you mother sucker. No, I don't want to say this. Goodbye. I know, right? He deserved every bit of it. He is absolutely horrible. Hate him so much. In about an hour or less, Patricia. Do you guys know the case of Ashley MacArthur? It feels like something's hitting my... I'm listening on my headphones just to see what this sounds like. And the dogs are hitting my computer. It's awful. Thank you, Simple. You've never heard of it. Okay. Oh, so this is going to be really interesting for you guys if you've never heard of it. It is very, very interesting. It's one I've watched a couple of times, so. Yeah, Betty, I'm trying to bring all the trials that I love to you guys that I've watched too many times, probably. Oh, I'll try and get it done then soon. Give me just a little bit and I'll be back on. It'll probably be about an hour from now. And we'll listen to her interrogations first. Thank you guys for all coming in. I appreciate it.